Hello. Good morrow. Good morrow. Twitch, hello? Hello, please. Okay, there's YouTube as well. Good morrow. Ew. Ew. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom. Okay, let's get started. Let's do things. What are we doing? I fixed my issues from yesterday that I was so fucking frustrated with. And I hate that it was so stupid. Yeah, I was struggling a lot with the deceleration logic, and it seemed like everything I was trying had like some sort of side effect and shit. And yeah, it turns out I was just using the wrong delta time. It's that easy. It was that easy. So there was probably a lot of things that I was doing correctly that didn't look good or didn't work properly, and like them sliding past all their fucking combat targets and stuff. That was all because I was relying on the wrong delta time. So it goes. So it goes, right? That's game dev for you. Like a 5 fucking second change that actually ended up making it all work. Very nicely. But it's Memorial Day. Day off work. And I've got a nice fresh coffee here. It's a good day. Good day. We're gonna be fixing some bugs today, basically. I've identified quite a few of them. I've already fixed quite a few of them as well. We fixed that yesterday on stream. Fixing the dot ability, I think I fixed that on stream as well. Yeah, they no longer sleep as a part of combat. Fireball max range, yeah, so the fireball casting was weird. We have some guards on that now. They were like casting it from like fucking down fucking town, so that's all fixed. Entity melee attacking regardless of range. This started happening after I removed the sleep from combat, so that's fixed. Make melee attacking while sprinting better. It is better. It is better now. They do more reliably hit their target when you're running away. Yeah, and then on the ranged abilities, they were constantly switching back and forth between the ranged auto attack and the melee auto attack. And when that happened, it would recalculate which location to use it from. And of course, melee you want to be up close, range you want to be far back. So he was just like, you know, he was being a little schizo. Yeah, the AI weapon swing's not lining up with the animations. That's all fixed now as well. There was just a disconnected pin in some random ass animation blueprint, and I sat there for a while like, did I disconnect that on purpose? I don't know. We also have supporting non-terrain for gravity, so this is my test level, and they just fell straight through because, yeah, there's no line trace there. So we fixed that. Doing an additional line trace if the terrain one doesn't hit. Delete move to data on death. Yeah, and we fixed that on stream. And interact with object getting the wrong PCG point container. Fix that on stream as well. So combat's, it's looking better. It's looking better. But what we're working on next is making move speed abilities affect entities. That's what we're going to do now. That's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to need some stuff in here. This is our move to processor, where we get acceleration, deceleration, max speed, that kind of stuff. And I think I'm going to change the logic. For this, because I think we're clamping the max speed, but if we're already over max speed, I think it doesn't clamp it because it wants to decelerate down to the max speed. But for gameplay abilities, like, we definitely don't want there to be a I mean, I guess that could be kind of cool though, right? That could be kind of cool. They decelerate, that there's some, like, there's a little bit of, I mean, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But I was kind of thinking So I do this for the player already here, but it's you know, all the movements quite different from the player because you have to ignore movement input for if there's a route. So yeah, we need to factor that in. Look, I need to make some. I was hoping some reusable functions, but I don't know if I will end up reusing them. I'm just kind of thinking about where to get this processor already. Like, it feels like there's a lot in here already. So methinks creating some utils functions, you know, just in case I do want to, you know, I may need some reusable moves stuff. Okay, so let's make some U functions. Static, and what is this going to return? I don't know that I want a function for every single fucking thing. I was thinking about maybe returning a, maybe a struct. Here's the movement entity data. But this just stores, like, I put curves in here. It's kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying. I guess I'll need to make my own struct. I guess I'll put it in here. I mean, maybe let's put it in its own file. Just call this like movement info. Blueprint type. And this is what's, I guess we'll just have this be we will have what, okay, float, max move speed, max move speed, we want acceleration. Actually, default all these to like -1. That's like unset, right? And then we want deceleration. Then I hate deceleration. Then we want, I think, turning boost. Which, let's just fucking hardcode that to, I think 10 was like basically max. And then braking distance, also -1. Well, no, that needs to be, actually, no, it doesn't necessarily need to be that tiny. Any other info we need? No, okay. I don't think so, at least. Braking distance, acceleration, move speed, max speed. Call that max speed. Okay, and I think that's what we'll want to extract. Now let's go to our utils. F movement info. Yeah, include that. Get entity movement info. Okay, so we need to start extracting all of our entity data. Get the data. These are essentially the ones that we want. Come on, AI, help me out here. There we go. Thank you. Move to data. Actually, this, we don't want mutable anything. Include that. Yes. Movement. Move to data. Do we want move to data? No, we want movement data. There we go. Okay, so let's make a F movement info. Return that at the very end. Okay, then we'll start extracting it. Wait, do I need transform data even? No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, so just movement data. So this is just like extracting, extracting the data basically. Let's just copy everything we have here, I suppose. Move to data default speed. That's something that we can do. Outside of this, but then we need the movement setting for the tag, movement tag type. Okay, so we need the movement type. Right, movement type tag. Oh, it's just gameplay tag. Okay, update the declaration there. Auto movement data. Yeah, I mean, I guess we do it like that, right? Max speed. Yeah, and the defaults are kind of already going to be applied there if I want them to. Braking distance. Yeah, I guess we did default braking distance to 100, although we don't need that, right? And if acceleration and deceleration are defaulted to -1, they're never going to be able to move. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Get max acceleration for current speed. And what was current speed here? Transform data velocity. Okay. So I guess we do need. I guess we do need to put the transform data in there. Hello again. Welcome in. You know, the YouTube Shorts algorithm, it definitely seems to feed users or viewers at the beginning, and then it like tapers off real hard. It seems to be how the algorithm works. There's actually a coworker at YouTube who recommended that I stream vertically on YouTube Shorts, so. Watched your stream a while ago? Well, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that. I'm curious, what kind of content do you watch on YouTube Shorts such that I showed up? That's what I'm curious about. I can't imagine there's too many people that are interested in programming or game dev and looking for live YouTube Shorts about it. Yeah, so we'll get the current speed. We'll do that in here as well. Let's do transform entity data. Okay, there we go. And we'll just say if there is no transform data. Or rather, let's do this. Current speed equals fucking 0, right? And maybe size 2D is not right here because we are moving in 3 dimensions. Oh god, I'm just now realizing the YouTube Shorts fucking my vertical stream zoom is not looking too hot. Okay, but we have the current speed that's passed in now. What else do I want here? This is looking pretty good. We have the movement info, current speed, blah, 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 blah. Let's actually initialize max speed to the current speed. That way, if there is no max speed, we're not gonna I'm not going to do anything about that. Okay, but then here's where I want to apply like the movement the move speed affecting abilities. U ability system entity data, so I'll say if ability data and ability data dot ASC, and we have an ability system component dot is valid. My ability system component, pin that, my pin that. Oh, it's a strong, I guess I don't need the strong object pointer, that's fine. The ability system component, and then we'll say we need to get the same stuff that I'm doing in my project character. Let me just copy, we're gonna copy this right here, just for reference. I love this song. It's a great song. Little Hollow Knight. Okay, so now what do we see in here? This is what we need. So we need to get the attribute set. Get attribute. Get numeric attribute. And then I want the what is it? Character attribute set. New my character attribute set. Get move speed modifier attribute. Get move speed modifier attribute. There we go. You just 112%ed Hollow Knight for the first time. Just a chill game. Well, the frustration I heard coming from my girlfriend's office while she was playing that game seems to make me think otherwise. I've never played it myself, but I can recognize that it's a good game. Now I guess I need to check like if we even have this attribute. Has attribute set or attribute. Maybe these aren't affected. How you doing, though, Unimodular? Happy Monday. What are we calling this? Has move speed modifier. So we'll say if has move speed modifier has move speed modifier. We're gonna go max speed. Let me see here. Yeah, so we would just times equals max speed. Move speed modifier. Okay. The controller, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess we need to, if we have root. Procrastinating Steamworks integration. Is that for modding, or is that just for anything Steam related? We need to check if he's rooted too. That's a special consideration for me. We're rooted. If we are rooted, stop velocity, stop move velocity. So that'll handle everything here. I guess we can just manually call the entity stop. Well, I do want to make sure. Yeah, no, we need to do the proxy actor stuff here. Proxy actor entity data. There we go. If proxy actor entity data And proxy actor. Then we're going to pass the proxy actor in there. And that way... Actually, no, we should be passing in... No, we need the avatar actor, actually. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. We want the avatar actor. Team has a network relay and lobby system for multiplayer. Okay, so it's multiplayer. Oh, kind of anything Steam. Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they had like modular integrations or if it was just kind of like for everything. Okay, so if we have an actor representation, we do need to potentially stop its movement component. Which is weird, because this is like a well, this is like a static function, so... But we're gonna make it, I guess we're gonna make it like edit the velocities and stuff, so... Stop move velocity, interesting, okay. Is that something I want to do in here? Like, this is a get movement info function. But yet I'm gonna stop the move velocity. Should this go here? Should this go here? Or should I rather just make max speed equal to 0? I think I should probably just make max speed equal to 0. And then if max speed equals 0. God, I gotta fix my Zoom script for YouTube Shorts here. Looking pretty haggard, not gonna lie. Kind of modular, but everyone with Steam has the Steam common redistributables anyway, so separating them into libraries wouldn't reduce disk bloat at all. I see. Let's just inline. Well, no, I kind of want to see what the value is if I debug it. Okay, there's our get entity movement info, I think. I guess I should set like acceleration equal to 0 as well. Okay, now let's get that here in the movement processor. You were so close. You were so close. Also a lot prettier, isn't it? A lot prettier to do. I wonder if that's just gonna work now. So let's rebuild that while we inspect a little closer. I'm just doing famous. Yeah, I guess maybe we won't need to stop. Yeah, we'll see what kind of gameplay side effects it has. We'll see. Okay, we're building. And I'll need to double check my move speed related abilities as well. Make sure they're actually applying these effects properly. IGS Ghost, welcome in. Welcome back from your hunt. You know, I was watching, after I raided you yesterday, I was watching you, and I forgot to stop my stream for like a good 5 minutes. So if you go to YouTube, if you go to my YouTube channel and look at the end of the VOD from last stream, I'm just sitting there in silence. It's kind of funny. And I was like, oh shit, I've been streaming. It happens. Yeah, of course. I didn't know you streamed. Found that out yesterday. I hope I followed you. I should have. I did. Okay, so here's our that ability. Oh, what am I looking at? Okay, right. Yeah, here's our move speed affecting abilities so far. We got a Blizzard and a Frost Nova. And I'm pretty sure the Blizzard's slow. Let me look here. Okay, that is a move speed modifier. Okay. Target tags granted to actor root. Okay. So I guess we'll just see if this fucking works. Let's see what happens. Oh, it didn't even like target him. I'm here. Interesting. Okay, what's the targeting on that? What's the targeting on the Frost Nova? Activate, we commit it, we play a sound, wonderful. Where's the trace? Show me the trace. Get entities within box. Players. Ignored entities. Instigator ability system component entity. Okay. Ignored players. Okay. Handle hit on each one. Apply damage effect to component. Okay, I guess the trace wasn't working at all. What do we got here? 0. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Fix it. Get entities within box. Let's make sure we actually get there to begin with. We have the entity query. I guess we'll step through each one. Okay. Let's see if we hit those breakpoints. Okay, so we got there. Okay, and we got here. So we are iterating over entities. This is entity 0. Is within box. Is false, which is not true. The big fat lie. Okay, so is point within box. Potentially my locations are incorrect. Do I have the draw debug turned on? I think I do. So I guess this function's just not correct. Let me log. Let me do this. We are logging the origin. Let me do another draw debug. We'll just do let's do sphere. Segments fucking 4, I don't give a shit. Okay. This is not captured. Okay. Fixed. Yeah, and then we do target location. Okay. And is point within box. And we add Z leniency. Half height. I might be using the Z leniency wrong here. I feel like I'm adjusting the location to above. To above the Frost Nova trace. He's running. Gun him down. That was the original entity location? I mean, both are above and below the trace. I need this lifetime to be a bit longer. For 5 seconds. Yeah, neither of those seem correct, actually. Okay, get over here. Oh, it's on cooldown. Gotta wait for the cooldown. Yeah, so he was, let me see here. That's the trace, right? So he is outside of it, technically. Why is the original entity location below the fucking... Yeah, that's off. It's off. Why is it off? Oh, wait a second. Blue is the original one. Yellow is the new one. Okay. Add Z leniency. I always have to read. I wrote this damn function and I always have to like re-figure out how it works every time I use it. The purpose of this add Z leniency is to use the entity's actor representation half height as like some leniency when doing targeting things. So there's a little bit of Z-axis leniency. If the Z value of in vector is outside plus or minus Z leniency from clamp to Z, will be set to the min or max. So this is not working how I would want it to, because origin.z it should be just the dead center of this box, right? So it should be clamping it to if outside the half height box. Makarov, hello. Welcome in. Dude, I wrote this code and I don't know what it's doing. Add some Z lenience to in vector before distance calc based on the Z leniency. This will effectively treat Z differences within the leniency amount as the same. That's not exactly what's happening, is it? Okay, the difference, so we do a difference between the Z's. If the absolute value of the difference is greater than the leniency, which it shouldn't be, right? It shouldn't be. Because I'm like getting the, where was I here? Targetable transform. Okay, so that's, I guess that's the problem here, is that I'm treating this target location that I'm getting is actually the capsule center or the actor representation half height. That's the weirdness I'm seeing, rather than the actual entity location, which is like the feed location. And so I feel like it should be, so it is outside the box. So we are getting here. If outside the half height box, adjust the Z by the half height. So in vector Z equals clamp to Z. Negative Z leniency. Yeah, so the Z lenient, okay, so I'm using the wrong Z leniency here actually. This should not be half height. This should be extent dot Z, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. We shall see. Okay. Try again. Gotta wait for the cooldown. Ah, shit. I lost him. There we go, we hit him. And he's stuck. He's properly frozen. Oh, no, he's not. I need to make him not be able to sprint while shooting. Also, he's a static mesh right there, so ignore how bad the animations look, because Turbone blending a vertex animated static mesh is quite fucking difficult. Okay. We'll try that again. So we fixed that part. Nice. Got him. You're fucking whacked, bro. Okay. Yeah, I need to fix it. A lot of stuff on the list. A lot of stuff on the list to fix today. I don't know if that actually applied to slow either. So let's try that again. Where's he at? Okay. So he's like a ranger, so he should, like, when I hit him, like, if he's in melee, he's gonna do melee. Okay, he should be slowed. Oh, he is slow. That's so cool. And then he moves. He went out of melee range, so he like started to move back too. But he's just like a god tier kiter with his fucking floating slipper moonwalking here. Ocarina of Time hover boots fucking movement there. Okay. So I think the move speed is actually working for the most part. So I should be able to catch up to him after I hit him once here. Okay. See, now he's an actor. Okay. His move speed, look at his little tippy toes, so it doesn't... It's funny. Yeah, he shouldn't, another thing on the list is to prevent sprinting while, like, the bow auto attack should not, you should not be allowed to sprint while using the bow auto attack, essentially. Okay, so I think this is working. Let's do a couple more tests, maybe? Hang on. Where's my spawner? Give me the caster. Okay, we're gonna do this against a caster now. Well, if I'm in melee, I think he just uses melee. And he'll just follow me forever, which is probably something I hate more. So freeze him, run away. He should be casting the fireball. There we go. Why are you chasing me, bro? You should be fireballing. Okay, so that's there we go. I think he tries to. Oh yeah, it gets like canceled. Hang on, let me look at that. Activate ability fireball. It gets canceled from movement. Okay, I thought I fixed that. Okay. I thought I fixed that. Okay, so I think I can cross off one thing. That is make move speed abilities affect entities. I think we're done with that. We should commit that. Let's do that. But then we need to look into why the move... It should be canceling the move. Wait, let me think about this. Is this correct? If the Z value of in vector will be set to the min or max of Z leniency. I feel like because the Gayesh, hello, welcome in. I feel like we need the half height does need to affect this, right? And that's why I had a half height. Do I need to switch these? Do I need to switch target location and origin here? me read this again. Okay, so if the z value of n vector is outside plus or minus z leniency, it will be set to the min or max, which would mean it always will hit him. Not what we want. Okay, like I fixed the issue, but then I introduced a new one, I think. I think I need to do origin here. Wait, what is origin? A vector. I need to make a copy of it, I suppose. Adjusted origin. Does this make sense? This makes sense. Am I even is this function altogether even correct? Z leniency. If the value of n vector is outside plus or minus z leniency from clamp to z. I mean, I think it does what it's describing, but is that the right method to use? I feel like all of this. Clamp to z maybe actually is target location dot z. Maybe that's the part I have. If target location is outside clamp to z, I think maybe this is what I. Yeah, then it will be set to the min or max. Okay, yeah, that's the correct way to do it. That's the correct way to do it. Let's test that again. 10 actions. Are you fucking shit? Because I wrote a comment in a header file. Oh my god, spare me. Then we need to look into the movement is canceling the fireball. I wonder if it has to do with the deceleration. Stop move velocity. We're getting the avatar actor. Yeah, so that should be getting hit. And that should be doing... I thought I fixed that. I thought I fixed that by doing this guy. Hop into date. We set velocity to 0. Okay, where's he at? There he is. Okay, let's make sure the frost node here. So attack him. Yeah, and then we saw the yellow look like it was the blue location got adjusted to yellow, so that is the proper way to do it now. Yeah. I don't know why that's so confusing for me every time. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. So let's delete these braces there. Clamp to Z is kind of a parameter name that throws me off a little bit here. Because it's really like the third one is clamp to Z, or like this. No. I think Z leniency is right. That's the right term for that. Z leniency. What would I name clamp to Z? like a diff Z? Yeah, maybe just like diff Z or something. Okay, so we'll have to rebuild again. Oh, that's so annoying because I changed the comment. I wonder if did the movement changes mess up the casting? So castability, let's throw a breakpoint in there. Well, rather, we can put one there, and then let's also put one here. We can make sure we're actually stopping the velocity, which I feel like we do, but then we just keep moving. And we do, yeah, we do remove the gameplay tag. Well, let me change to the caster. Okay. Yeah, we do be hitting it, don't we? Oh, he's casting it over and over again. It gets canceled from moving. Despite that getting hit. Okay, move to processor. Now, I canceled all velocity, so why? And if we're, let me look in calcability location, perhaps? I think maybe I got rid of something I shouldn't have. Well, if we're casting, I guess we never reached the currently casting, so stay put. So we add the has move to tag, add moving tag. So we get there. That's where we add the tag, I believe. Isn't there also the tag process moving tag processor? Do I use that at all anymore? No, I don't. Oh, wait, that's where we call the add. Okay, yeah. Which is from here. Okay. Anywhere else we call that from? I don't think so. Yeah, that's the only usage. So we need to pay attention to what order these happen in. Go back to the castability. Okay. We stopped. Okay. We activated the ability, we stopped the move, and we got to the moving tag. So let me check out what's happening here. Okay, yeah, I guess this changed, right? Because I might need to change how I apply the moving tag. I don't think this makes sense to do it this way anymore with my changes. If anything, it definitely needs to be like after all the other velocity. I wonder if this should just be a part of the velocity processor. It's a tough one because this the moving tag does affect a lot of abilities, and it's like when the move to is done. Yeah, so this doesn't make sense anymore for sure, because we don't necessarily stop immediately once we're within the acceptance radius. Yeah, let's get rid of this. I think maybe this will just make sense to... Let's try the velocity processor. We will need the moving tag subsystem now. Copy that. Also get rid of it out of here. Velocity processor. Okay, we can add that in there. Okay, moving tag subsystem, and then that's when we'll need to add it. Add moving tag. What's the param here? Oh yeah, the entity. That makes else. There we go. Okay, so we'll try that out and see how that goes. What's the problem here? One error, two typos. Is that old? It seems old. Okay, so we'll need to rebuild there. I'm gonna be right back while that builds. for a little bit. I busted out the desk treadmill. My God, was that difficult? So fucking tiring, man. I walked for like an hour. 10 minutes in, I was like, yeah, I'm over it. So hard to think, and then like, of course, my joints didn't like it either. Did that fail? Where is it? Where's Unreal Engine? Okay, oh right, you're on the screen. What change did I make? Oh yeah, the moving processor. Right, are you caster? You caster boy? Yeah, he's caster. Well, I guess let's stop. He does keep trying to use it. If I freeze him, he should be casting it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, he still keeps trying to use it. Okay, so let's give me the order of operations here. Velocity processor. I do let me confirm that I do trigger. I see the issue now. So we're doing this from, we're getting the no, I'm using get component from object, which should I believe the let me confirm the NPC character actor does have an entity interface on it, right? It does, okay. So we should get entity, yeah, okay. So yeah, we should be removing it. And setting velocity to 0. So let's actually add moving tag. But here's where the tag actually gets added. Velocity not equal to 0 vector. I mean, I suppose that's fine. There is where the tag gets added. That's gonna trigger like every fucking frame. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do something really small. Well, no, let's keep it consistent with the other one. 0. Should be set to 0. B is moving bool, and I'll say bool, B has tag, has matching gameplay tag. If we're moving and we don't have tag, otherwise we're not moving and we have tag, remove it. This way we don't get these breakpoints triggered like every frame, which would be difficult to debug. Okay, we are stop move velocity. But then we're still moving. What's the velocity here? Where did velocity get changed in between then and now? It should have been set to 0. And also, I guess I'd like to see when the removing tag. Stop. So the remove tag actually never gets called. What? remove loose gameplay tag. Well, let's actually like set gameplay tag count. Set it to 0. That's actually a better way to do. It looks like we did here. Make sure velocity gets set to 0 properly. Thank you. If we are moving, stop move velocity. Velocity is 0 for entity 0. Set moving tag count 0. And yet we are adding tag because velocity got... Okay, so I guess... Is it the move to processor? I guess let's go in here. Okay, stop. We've stopped the move to, or stopped the velocity. Velocity is 0, confirmed. Allergies. Velocity is 0. We've removed the gameplay tag. Velocity is now not 0. Okay. Why is velocity getting added here? I guess I want to see what it is like right here. Okay, stop the velocity. Velocity confirmed to be 0. Velocity is still 0 here. Okay, so... Where is the target location at? Countability location. I guess if we're casting, I should just set the target move to location to the current location. Would that be... Because where is this move? I guess let's I can look in. We know where the issue is coming from. Go away. There we go. So we just did it. Stop that. Somewhere in here. Okay, so there's the ability radius. So we get here. Activate the fireball ability. And then where's the fucking... The target location is actually behind us. Look at our velocity. Yeah, speed correctly set to 0. Then it goes up to 120 here. I guess the... obviously it wants me to move... It wants to move to like... in the center there. Why is the acceptance radius here 30? It got canceled, so we calculated a new path. Yeah, why did the acceptance radius get weird here? I feel like that may be where the issue's coming from. Could be in the move to task. Acceptance radius. Default acceptance radius. We're not using the input acceptance radius at all. When did that fucking happen? That's not supposed to be the case. When did that fucking happen? Oh, Jesus. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Right, I just deleted all that. And before that... Aha. That's the logic I skipped out on. Okay. Oops. Oopsies. Okay, so we are going to need to test movement all over again, because that's kind of a big change. Maybe we'll pop over to the procedural terrain world and see how it goes after this. Yeah, he's like, he started to move again. Started to move again because he is always wanting to move to the acceptance radius. And I should have realized that because I did notice that the PCG point bounds were not being... There we go, look at that. Now I'm just like kind of getting out of... Okay, and he does like... Now he casts it in melee as well, which is what he should do, yeah. Okay. Let's cross that one off the list, actually. Well, let's do some testing here. So... The procedural world here. Name of which could change to something better. Alright, okay. Yeah, let's just play. Actually stop that. Load. You realize it. Are you fucking shitting me right now? What is this? What is this bullshit? Of course, this is just like completely unhelpful for me. Oh, it's that. Oh, okay, I see. Building the mesh. I have seen that happen before. Why the particles? Generate tree split node. I feel like that might be related to the same thing that happens sometimes where the data I get back from the shader is not correct. Like there's some numerical wuckiness happening. That. Let's load it. Okay. Yili, hello. Welcome. Okay. Spawn a bunch. Maybe let's just spawn one. Let's do one at first. To see how he moves and grooves, you know. Okay, he's moving. Good. Okay, we should be going to find food. Did you find food, or are you just wandering? No, he hasn't found it. He's just wandering randomly. Okay, he found some mushrooms here. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so that looked okay. Let's spawn like 50 guys. And you know, fuck it, we'll do some casters. That'll be fun. This is the Targaryens versus the Hightowers here. No one fell, which is wonderful. No one fell. What are you doing? What is this? Is this recoverable? What is this? Why is this an issue? Oh boy, there's so much in this one. Why did they force inline that? Longest one-liner I've seen. Just kidding. There are way longer. And of course, there's no nothing I can see. The foreground worker. Yeah, this has to be. What's happening on the game thread here? Nothing related. Background worker 0. One, nothing is happening on any of these threads. Ah, here we go. Well, this is just getting entity data. More getting entity data. We're doing a line trace on that thread. Getting more entity data on that thread. Pathfinding on this thread. So nothing related to the... ISM. Can we skip, please? No, it's a full-on exception. Wonderful. Well, the movement looked great. And if you were here with me yesterday during the frustration, the struggle city, struggle bus, struggle party, a lot of what I was doing was actually probably right. Like, I was going back and forth a lot for the deceleration logic, and like they all had like little side effects and stuff like that that I didn't like. Turns out I was just using the wrong fucking delta time. Because I had the velocity processor and the move to processor, and the velocity processor was what was setting the delta time. But when the move to processor would do things, it would be paying attention to the delta time that was set in the velocity processor. And, you know, when there was only one entity, you know, those would happen in lockstep, so it was basically the same, or very close to it, undistinguishable from the human eye. But then when I would spawn more, yesterday I was talking about how it seemed like it would be different when there were more entities, and that was why. Because I needed a separate delta time, because they're both modifying velocity based on the delta time at different rates. And when one is setting the delta time according to its rate, the other one was completely wrong. And so that's why they were like sliding all over the place and all that. So, you know, 5-second fix. Just added a delta time for the move to processor, and yeah, super frustrating, but how it goes sometimes. How it goes sometimes. You know, we'll do some colonist casters too. Now we're gonna spawn 100. Entities, a lot of them in combat. 70 FPS in play editor. Not bad. I've seen no one fall. Well, these two reds are like hunting them down. Got him. There's only 2 reds left, I think. Oh no, there's more. They're like stacked. Is there 3 or 4 there? 3 there. I need some like faction logic too, so they actually like go help their buddies out and stuff. But they all don't have a faction, technically. So they just have aggro responses. Why are you not attacking, bro? He got one. He ran out of mana, so he had to stab him there at the end. Okay, what's your deal? Okay, his animation got all fucky winked. Okay, let's see here. NPC, let's open up that one, and then I'll also probably want the weapon overlay. Why'd you get all crazy on me, huh? What's your state right now? You are in attacking state. Random start time negative 0.00006. It happened to the other guy too. Okay, so it's coming from the weapon overlay. We have the right anim there. Is this sequence player just like not ain't doing nothing? I mean, I'm not even seeing any O's there. Oh, is he not in any state right now? What's happening here? Is he dead? Is dead is true. What? He's dead somehow. Why are you is dead? Huh? Oh, I feel like okay. I feel like I remember this vaguely. Because I'm reusing the actors, right? There's actor pooling. So whenever they pop in and out of view, they get, you know, they just kind of pick one that maybe already is used. The thing is, though, how would... Seems like their animation instance is not getting set properly here, because he's definitely not is dead. Maybe I have the wrong... What entity is this? What entity is this? Before I... This is... Entity ID 36. Okay. How many do I have here? There's 2. 36. Okay. I guess I'll need to... Boom. We'll need to make sure that we have the right entity. And the right ASC. The ASC gets set when we initialize the animation. Same with the parent and character. Ability anim queue is set to entity 61. Ability system component is set to entity 91. Yeah, I feel like I need to do this every frame potentially. It seems like kind of a lot though. I feel like I was linking and unlinking the animation instances though. Actor representation. Identity representation processor. Okay, when we switch back and forth, what happens? Switch to actor. Okay. I don't want to have to, like, get the ability system component every frame. You know? It seems like just unnecessary. There should be a smarter way. Okay, I am execute. Let me just get anim instance. Entity avatar change. What am I doing with that? Okay, so I am doing that for the main animation instance, but not the linked one. But the parent, maybe I should just always get it from the parent. That might be the correct one. If we're doing that for the parent, that's probably the correct one. But I guess the question then is, I'm like, I should be attaching or detaching and reattaching the linked anim instance because those are attached. Those get added alongside like what weapon they're holding. What happens when we like enable or disable actor be enabled? So what happens when this is false? We get down here, attached actors. We detach from actor and destroy, and then we do this change. Does this happen on weapons? No, it doesn't. Okay, so I guess the weapon anim instances never get reset. Here's the unlink. Attach weapon. I feel like I was doing that at one point. And I guess they're not actors anymore. Right, because it's all part of the attachment processor. Wait, how do they get added then? Let me go to handle proxy actor. What do you do? Okay, okay, here we go. Here, this is where it happens. In the proxy actor. Which seems weird because it's not related to the proxy actor. So did this not happen then? If we enable the actor, we do handle equipped. Which is on the weapon handle equipped. That's where we initially attach the weapon and link the anim class layers. And if we're enabling or wait, what does that mean? Whether we're enabling the actor. If we are enabling the actor, we do handle equipped. Otherwise, if it's a weapon, we detach the weapon and then I say reset avatar. Okay. Detach weapon. So if we unlink the anim class layers, I presume that means that we get here. Okay, which entity were we looking for again? 36. So let's continue stepping through this until we get to entity 36. This is fucking 61 and 91 at the same time. 33 and 61. This is, oh, this is me. That's the player. Okay. That's still the player. Okay, NPC, 61, 91, 33. What did I say it was? 36? Like we were looking for? Yeah, we're looking for entity 36. Supposedly. Allegedly. This one is dead, though. My character. Also my character. 6191. 6133. He's just all fucking wrong. Yeah, I mean, maybe this one's wrong. What did I say that guy was? We're also doing if ASC is valid, which maybe it's not. Maybe it's not valid. 61, 91, 61, 33. Okay, at the very least, I think what we should do is get the... Getting owning actor. Let's... At the very least, let's just get it from... the parent, I suppose. This also has its own combat idle, which I guess I'm just going to set to the parent combat idle anyway, too. We're already checking that, right? Oh, we don't even... flags. I guess, yeah, I guess we can just use that one, too. Okay, so is dead actually doesn't have a correlation on the parent. Maybe it should. Let's at least consolidate the logic there. Okay, but let's commit some of our other stuff here. Chunk, move to Basically everything that's not the anim instance stuff I think is probably good to go. And so this is what the hell was I fixing with this? Add move, yeah. Add move speed modifiers to entity. Yeah. Push all that. Okay, let's rebuild, and we'll see if we can get this to even happen again. I think what we'll work on next, once we get this all working, what should we do next here? Here's the list. Linked anim instance wrong entity. That's kind of what we're working on now. Currently in progress. This is an easy one. We probably take care of that real quick. Making non-actor entities targetable, and then fixing the target portrait. Floating damage numbers also only show up at 0, 0. They show up on the proxy actor rather than either the avatar actor or the entity location. So need to fix that. The targetable entities, though, that's going to be kind of a big one. I think we'll need to update. We'll be needing to update all of the previous next target information, which is kind of the tab target stuff. Is kind of a pain, to be honest with you. Yeah, let's load in. See if that happens at all again. What do we do? 100? 100 entities, colonist, warrior, we'll do colonist, caster again, and then enemy, warrior. And we'll watch the show. Oh, look at this, they're just ganging up. I think eventually I'll make a processor to adjust their location to do the, you know, the avoidance logic. So they don't stack on top of each other like that. And just look like a single entity. Let's follow these guys around. One's getting stuck in that weird state again. I'm gonna have them switch like back and forth too. I think we tentatively fixed that one. This one's kind of hard to determine. Where is he going? Oh, there's a guy over here eating. Aha, okay, we have one here. We have one. But we didn't fix it. What are you? Entity 59? Although maybe the actors themselves don't have the... stop that. So this is supposed to be Entity 59, is that true? Is Entity 59 the father? It is, okay. Then is yours correct as well? 79? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we've confirmed that one is correct, right? Are there any... So there's only two actors around, okay. Hopefully that means this will be a bit easier to break down. And so the entity was, remind me again, we have 59, 59. Entity is 59. The good thing is, though, that the damage is not dependent on the animation working, so the damage and stuff still goes through. Okay, weapon overlay, entity 59. Okay. Who is apparently dead. Allegedly. What are your tags? Also, did we get here? Probably, right? I see no dead tag. I see no dead tag, and now also the... I guess let's look at this guy. Okay, yeah, they do line up, so... They do line up, but I guess that's a given. I guess what is the owning? Can I see like the parent is NPC 0, which is also entity 59. So this is all checking out now. But what's his deal then? Maybe there's a different issue, a new one? What's in your anim queue right now? It's got the melee auto attack in there. That all looked right from that perspective. No, that resets every time. And then where the hell was it that thing was happening at? Overlay? Yeah, okay. Hey, what are you building? I am building a game. I'm building a game, and I am working on the entity component system. And yeah, he's... Oh, actually, he's not dead. He's not dead. Humanoid NPC 12. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe there's our issue. Hang on. Let me look at all the NPCs. Because this said parent was... like, NPC 0 or something, right? Which is apparently off and right there. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this again, because this is not lining up with my expectations. Okay, so this is entity 59. Let me look at instant parent. Parent skeleton doesn't really give me anything. My parent is also set to NPC 0. Okay. This is Unreal Engine. This is Unreal Engine 5. Okay, so I think we're attached to the wrong... I think we got to mix up with the animation instances aren't attached to the right. Which can I find the one? What other ones are there? I only see entity 59. There's 79. Oh, this one's mismatched too. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening here? We got entity 59 on the parent and entity 79 on the child? What? I'm literally setting them equal to each other. How is that the case? What? Entity 79. E70. What am I looking at? This does not make sense. That component tick enabled. I feel like I should go through and unlink all of the animation instances. Because they're getting all mixed up, right? We do execute the avatar entity change, which I think does happen in... We do have that happening in our animation instance, but not the linked one. How's it going? It's going good. Going good. I'm going to trace down our actor pooling is kind of... we're getting mismatched. We are getting mismatched animation instances when our actors are pooling in and out of actor representation range whenever they switch back and forth between static mesh and skeletal mesh. Can I get linked anim instances? I can. Uh-oh. Is that not inaccessible? What the fuck? Why is that protected? It's private even. What? I can't just get them all. That's so annoying. Well, the linked ones should be being detached and reattached. Why would this be happening? Because let me go back over here real quick. Oh, now it's working. That's weird. I was trying to see how many weapon overlays I have. I have a lot. Where's NPC 0 now? Apparently, yeah, apparently he's still... Apparently he's still got his weapon overlay on, even though he's not rendered. which I thought we detached weapon here. Detach weapon, owner skeleton mesh, and animation instance, and is attached. Figura, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And maybe this doesn't actually get hit. It's gonna be kind of hard to like. It's gonna be kind of hard to track down though. Maybe we're not actually unlinking the anim instances. I feel like we should. I wish I could just get all anim instances and unlink them. But apparently, apparently that's a private function. It's simple. I see someone using C++ in Unreal. I follow. Hey, a fellow man of culture, I see. Or woman. Fellow person of culture. Yeah, I definitely prefer C++ over blueprints, but blueprints are nice for some things. We're working on. I built my own ECS system to because I wasn't happy with mass entity, the mass entity system that's built in. This was back in like 5.1. It's gotten, mass entity has gotten better now, so maybe I'd be happy with it now. But I've already written a lot, so we're just gonna keep pushing forward with my own ECS. And the main benefit of why I did that was because I needed everything to run on the background thread, and at the time mass didn't really have a way to run things not blocking the game thread. Like you could run them async, but it would run on a foreground thread, so it would block the game thread. And I didn't want that. It was also just like so difficult to work with, very little documentation and stuff like that, so I just rolled it myself. So right now my current bottleneck is just combat performance, which is all gameplay ability system, and yeah, gas is not performant enough, so I'm gonna need to home roll my own one of those as well. But we're just trying to iron out some bugs here. We got the procedural terrain working really nicely as well, so we just implemented like a gravity processor last week, and yesterday we were getting deceleration, acceleration working really well for our entities on the background thread, and we built our own kind of like our own collision system actually as well for the entities, so that all works on the background thread. Doesn't even use collision either, it's all just doing math. And the terrain, since it's procedural, like we're just storing the vertex and triangle data, and then we can put that into like a kind of bounding volume hierarchy. That way we can efficiently trace through it and do line traces and stuff like that. So we're using that for gravity. And all my abilities, all the gameplay abilities do again, my own like line traces, my own collision traces, where we trace for entities in the location. We got an entity chunking system, so stores kind of splits the world up into a grid and then groups the entities together there. So it's kind of like a bounding volume hierarchy, but for entities. And so that's what we use for like our AoE ability traces and stuff like that, so that we can hit the entities without actually needing collision, without actually needing things to run on the game thread, without actually needing our procedural terrain to exist. That's a mouthful, I know. Try to do everything in C++ and leave more visual things like UI animations and stuff to Blueprint. Yeah, I think that's pretty similar to what I do. I still don't have like a good feel of like what I should and shouldn't do in Blueprints. I do a lot of like gameplay ability stuff. I try to do in Blueprints as well. Those assets are really nice. But like the base functionality of like the auto attacking and the animation, I built like an animation queuing and stuff, so that all happens in C++, but then I kind of override those in Blueprints. I don't like playing with spaghetti. Yeah, me neither. I hate the organization. You know, you want to like add something in, you gotta like spread everything back out and like connect all the dots again. When in code, you can just copy paste, you know. Making your own engine. Don't even. You should talk to Dr. Elliot. That's every time he comes in here, that's what he says. Almost every time. And yeah, probably by the time if I ever get done with this, I probably will feel like I should have written my own engine. If this ever gets released, I'll be I'll be given Epic like 30% or whatever. Just using UE for rendering. Yeah, I mean the rendering side of things is exactly that's my worst worst area of expertise, honestly, so I know nothing about it. I did write my procedural terrain algorithms in compute shaders, though, so I know a little bit about the compute side of that, but not actually about how stuff gets drawn to the screen, just how HLSL works. But anyways, I would like to fix my fucking animation instances, which I feel like should be happening through this. If equip entry equipment, yeah, so we should be detaching it and unlinking the anim class layers, but I can clearly see that that's not the case, because this guy is not rendered. Let me look at some of my other guys. Well, maybe he is rendered. And then 10. 9 is here. 9 doesn't have one, though. Oh, yeah, he does. Okay. I forget, do I set them invisible? I should be frustum culling the actors. And I thought I, like, reset them to like, that location under the ground, but maybe I don't. What game is this? My own game. Doesn't really... The game name is My Project still. So, My Project. That's the answer. We're taking LD data should have actor. Switch to actor, or rather... outside relevant distance or not in view. Handle proxy actor, enable or disable actor. Are you coding the game? I am. I am making the game. Attached actors. Yeah, what was I looking for? I was looking for, like, where the transform got set. Or do I do that? Do I do that in this processor? On actor, get actor. We'll switch to actor. Switching to actor. Yeah, I guess I don't change their location. So let me look at one of these guys. So humanoid NPC 10. Yeah, his entity got unset. His entity got unset. Well, sub and go. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for the sub. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello as well. Yeah, I need to fix the vertical stream zoom. It is not, like, missing the right third of my screen, which is where a lot of the code is. Yeah, so I guess we don't change the transform. We just leave the actor there, but turn it completely off. I mean, this guy fixed himself. I don't know how. I'm gonna run out of view, back in. Oh god, they're gonna fuck this guy up now. Uh-oh. He was still swinging too. Yeah, there's definitely still an issue. They're all eaten. Let me see if I can... I'm gonna kill them all. Let's kill them all. So they're all instant static mesh right now, but they should still be being hit by this. Oh, I missed. Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Okay, come here. Oh, see, he's stuck. He's fucking stuck as hell. Oh, and then that... Wow, why did that not work? Ah! Ah! They got me. Okay, so... A couple issues. I might look into the animation instance one later, so let's leave that on the to-do list. Linked anim instance, wrong entity. Okay. I wanted to see why my Frost Nova didn't actually appear. Oh, because I'm using regular line traces, I think. Let me back out of that, actually. I'll close those for now. Let's do Frost Nova. Can I change the thumbnail? I wish I could set an asset to the thumbnail. Spawn emitter at location. Instigator ground location. Entities within box. Yeah, why is that? Get avatar actor from actor info. Get actor ground position. Is that my own code? Get component by class skeletal mesh. Relative location. Why did I do that? It seems like kind of a bad way to do this. Also, why am I doing this in... I should probably be doing all of this down here. Okay, so first of all... Get avatar actor, so that would be the... That would be the, not the proxy actor, but the NPC avatar actor. So then we're getting skeletal mesh. Returning relative location plus actor location. That seems weird. I don't know why. Where else am I using this at? Probably did this a long time ago before I knew what I was doing. I also want to make like a hot ability and then like a self-res ability just for, it'd be nice for testing. Heal over time. Okay, right. We're spawning another menu? What am I doing here? Oh, I'm combining two different ones. Oh, right. One goes on the target, and then one goes on me. Yeah. On the caster. Okay. Okay. So, we need to change this. So this can be an entity, so... Try get... entity transform. I think this will be the one that I want, right? Yeah, if it is an entity interface, get the entity transform. Otherwise, just get the actor transform, which will be me, the player as well. So this works for the player. And maybe I should rename it to indicate that. So we have the pin, and we want the feet position. We want the ground location. So let's actually get the actor transform, because that's what it's going to get, the player transform, which is going to be equivalent to the actor transform for the entity, and we want it to work for both. So we also need to get entity half, get actor half height. Did I write this one? Should I rewrite this to work with, what do I use this as? My character base, half height. I feel like I should rewrite this to work with entities as well, because I either need like entity pawn half height. Okay. Yeah, get actor half height. Okay, so I can either change it there or in get, or I get entity transform. I think I should just make sure that I should maybe change that to say be feet transform, which will be more straightforward. I'm not going to do that right now. We do have an entity, get the entity transform. If not, we're going to get the actor transform, and we should subtract the half height if there is one. Which we will not be able to do if it's a component. Which we will not be able to do if it's a component. Okay, so kind of want to do this. We have the actor transform there. And I'll say if set location, actor transform, get location minus get actor half height. There. Which should be constant. And then return the transform. And then that way we can just get entity transform and then say if I want the actor transform or not. But I think I'll want to switch that Boolean eventually to a more descriptive value. Yeah, okay, so let's rebuild that, and I'm going to be right back while that builds. on down. Okay. Okay, so we got that function all figured out. We can get rid of those. Let's pass that information through. So it's weird that I play the sound at a different time than when the spell is cast. I think I want to change that. Connector ground position. Yeah, change this. This is actually a good way to do this now that I'm looking at it. Getting the skeletal mesh relative location, which I suppose is like negative something. Yeah. We are not doing the rotation though. But getting that the half height is equivalent of that. Could be it. But we don't want the actor transform. So actually, it kind of like makes this this entire function obsolete. So open up. Let's find all these references now. Change them over because we can probably just entirely get rid of this function. I do need to rename this though, because try get entity transform is not necessarily super descriptive. I guess they're only used here, so I guess we can set the rotation there as well. Scale maybe too. Fuck it, why not? Put them all. Wait, can I combine all these? No. Okay. And then instigator ground location. Well, I actually need to set that. Where else is this used? I guess I was trying to snapshot like the exact moment it was casted. I don't know if I want that though, because like, so why these are two different timings between activating the ability and casting the ability is because he does like a little animation where he's like cast, and there's a little bit of time, you know, from when you press the button to when he does that, you know, like half a second or something. And so it's like, do you want it at the location? I mean, it could be slightly different locations, so I suppose that's why. I still think the sound should happen when the effect happens, you know? That part at least is true. Yeah, and for sure the trace should happen at that location. Let's get rid of this, do one last final check to make sure it's not used anywhere. And we'll get rid of this. Okay. I love deleting code. Okay, get ground position. I wish there was a little magnifying glass right here that I could click on to like find the function in this list. That's my feature request for Epic. Okay, Yeah, so that is one issue. I don't know if that's the issue for why this wasn't the Frost Nova wasn't working on the terrain. Let me actually look. I am just getting feet location. That was slightly different from my location. What on earth? What on earth? Why is that so off? I don't know if I didn't see any traces or anything that I was doing, so I didn't think that I would need to update them. Okay, so that is apparently my player character's location. What? Oh, I know what I did wrong. I subtracted half height from every component rather than just... Okay, hang on. That's why. Duh. I suppose I didn't need to restart there, but oh well. Okay, look at the location now. Yeah, that's a lot better looking. That's a lot better. Now, I should probably, like, align that to, the landscape would be cool, too. The box trace doesn't seem to be aligned either. Do I really care that much about that? Probably. Well, I think I was waiting to update it to a cylinder trace. I need to write code for a cylinder trace rather than just the box trace. Do I align it to the ground that we're on? Give me an entity. I need to freeze you in place, good sir. What? Oh no, it's not working anymore. What the frick? Wait, did it not trace him properly? I don't even think it did damage, did it? Did it? Oh, the heel's broken as well, I think. Yeah, heel is broken. So let's add that to the list. Heal is broken. Heal doesn't heal. I'm gonna die. Yeah, it didn't even deal damage. What happened? I just had that fixed. Happening in the right location. Oh, you know what? Let me try that again. I bet it's because he's on a slightly higher slope or a slightly different slope. Oh my god, this issue again. I bet it's because the bounding box height for that is very, very short. Nothing wrong with being short, by the way. A lot of short kings out there. Wouldn't be me, but there's a lot of them out there. But yeah, I bet he's standing on slightly higher landscape or something, so... Although I feel like the Zine leniency should be taking that into account. Enemy warrior on. Okay, get him. Get him, boys. Okay, back to that issue. I guess we didn't fix it. Back to that issue. Pause. Yeah, so it's right here. Okay, so draw me both points. Where'd he go? There he is. What is your stream schedule, brother? Indeterminate. Where the fuck is purple at? Where's the purple sphere at? Yeah, I don't necessarily have a, just kind of whenever I get to it. Usually on most weekends I stream for a good chunk of time. And then during the week, it's just kind of like if I have time before or after work. Yeah, why didn't that, where's my purple one? My purple one is like fucking nowhere. Not inside him, is it? Sorry for the view there. And this does beg the question of like, how should this Frost Nova work? Like, should it work on a flat plane always? Or should it be aligned to the plane that you're standing on? I think it probably makes sense for it to be aligned on the plane you're standing on, like if you're just thinking about it. Oh, there's the fucking purple one. Why is that way the fuck down here? That is, well below 0. Why on earth did that happen? Why the fuck did that happen? Oh, because extent Z is relative. I imagine. Yeah. So it should be origin dot Z plus extent Z. That makes sense. That would make sense, yeah. He's just like not even phased. He's like, I don't give a shit. Does my generate quest still work? No, I don't think he's got a quest. He doesn't have a quest generator. No AI generated quest for you all. Goodbye. Now, what? Oh, that should have worked, you son of a bitch. Yeah, okay, I guess he is slightly above. Okay, he was slightly above the box. God. So yeah, I do think the box should probably be aligned with the terrain. Otherwise, it's gonna be very hard to. That should have hit. That should have hit. It's in there. Oh, is it because I'm not in combat with him? I think it might be. Hang on, come here. Hit me. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't hit neutrals. Yeah. It doesn't hit neutral. Okay, so we fixed that actually. Fix that now. New line that. Okay. Fix box trace. Only doing relative location. Add. I'll say return beat location of actor in try get entity transform. Okay. Oh, I guess I also did the animation instance stuff in there. Oops. Okay. Okay. So we fix things not on the list. Let's fix heal real quick. I feel like we should fix the heal real quick. Yeah, where does this get calculated at? So, where do we apply the gameplay effect at? Deal damage? Okay, yeah. Not that one. I think the actual... I think my actual damage equation is in my ability system component. Calculate damage. Base damage is 0. Is this a blueprint one? Yeah, okay. So we'll have to go to the blueprints to figure it out. It's weird. I spawn the heal effect actor, and then that's where I... That's where I guess I have cast effect. That's where I deal. I'm doing that weird. I'm doing that super weird. Deal damage. Calc base damage. Min damage, max damage. Which comes from the curve table foods. Which we do not have set. These will need to be, I guess I set them to negative. Yeah, because they're damage. Okay. I think that's probably the only issue. Nice. Okay. You damage me. Wait for the mana tick. There we go. Big mana tick. Okay, that's fixed. Heal is broken. Heal is fixed. But what's next here? This one's probably pretty easy. Hide the talk option when we're in combat with the guy. Where do I want to do that? Probably I closed that one out. I didn't do. So character base. The is interactable is probably where it is. Update interact widget. So this is the widget that shows on screen. On interaction trace updated. Or when we do handle interact, and for build mode. When does this happen now? Update interaction trace, which does happen on tick, if I'm not mistaken, but only when things change. So I don't have any like list of like entities that I'm in combat with. Like there's no, I guess the only thing is like a target. There's an aggro table. There is an aggro table. I guess that's the closest thing. But the player doesn't have an aggro table. I guess they do. I guess they do because they use the same, it's in the same ability system component. So I guess the player kind of does have an aggro table. Does it ever get called? Let me actually look at that. I'm curious. Take damage. Yeah, when you take damage, you process the damage event aggro. So I can just check. I can just check if the guy is on my aggro table. If he is, I can assume that I'm in combat with him. I never remove from that though. It's the problem. These entities just attack everything until... Where does remove aggro come from? When they die, right? Current target is dead, clear it. So the entity aggro logic is not super complex. It's gonna attack everything on its aggro table until they're dead, no matter where they are. No leash radius or anything. But I guess when I start to get some more complex logic, I probably would want a list of things that I am in combat with. Because like I do have an in-combat effect that gets applied every time you take damage. But that's as complicated as it gets. And then that just falls off after like 20 seconds of not taking damage. Or whatever the time is that I picked. My project character, if is interactable. What were all those imports? Get that out of here. Is interactable? Oh, do I do that? Where is interactable? Oh, it's the targets. Okay. Vinny. Hey there. Just got to know the stream channel, interested in gas stuff and on the procedural terrain experience. Yeah, well, we are kind of working with both a little bit. Well, I guess not so much the procedural terrain. We're going through and fixing some abilities and stuff, though. You can probably rewind the stream maybe an hour, and you'll see a bunch of gas stuff. But if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer. Right now, we're trying to fix... there's like interaction text that pops up. I don't want that to pop up for things that I'm in combat with. We're trying to figure out like what... You want to just add it on the NPC character? I do have if it's is target faction attackable. We can interact if I am alive and get aggro towards. I guess I can also check the aggro table here. With gas and procedural stuff too, but mainly mazes. No terrain so far. Well, that's still pretty cool. Yeah, I will need to get more into the procedural building side of things. I do want to have that for the Colony Sim part of things, and I'll need to spawn some POIs. Right now I just have PCG spawning assets and foliage and stuff. The... what is this? Pool. It's not equal to be attackable. I guess I don't want to update this. Get component by class. View ability system component. Okay. Sure, we'll pass that one in there. I guess let's if not alive or not attackable, return true. Right? I don't know. We'll check that here in a second. Auto interacting ability system components. If oh, let's just see. Get current. Do we check the aggro sort? I mean, I guess I'm just checking a null pointer, so I don't necessarily need to specifically check that it's null. That would be fine. Mark Justine Maledia. Saw this earlier. What are you doing? Working on a game. Doing some game dev. Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine game dev is what's happening here. Okay. Specifically what I'm working on, we're just kind of fixing random stuff today. Working within the entity system that I built. And right now there's an interaction text that pops up when you look at targets, but I don't want that to pop up if you're in combat with them. What game? My project. My project. That's what the game is called. Get current aggro amounts. I suppose this just needs to be greater than 0. It'd be like, hey, I mean, but if there is an aggro amount, but we return 0 by default. No name, no name yet. Everything is just called my project right now. Okay, so if we're not alive, oh wait, this needs to return false here. If we're not alive, or what's the logic here? If we're not alive, if we're alive and not attackable, return true, or is interactable. What's this logic again? If the aggro, we can attack it if aggro is not equal to never attack. And what was the logic here previously? If the target is alive and is target faction attackable, we are interactable. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Call this self ASC. Self ability system component. If we are alive and if the NPC's aggro towards the player is not equal to never attack, they can attack me. I actually feel like I did that backwards. We're attackable if not equal to never attacked. And false if we're alive, and not attackable, return true. Otherwise, we need to see if it's on the aggro table. Okay, so I think this is right. I'll just say check if we are in combat with the interacting character. Okay, what's the game about? I am doing a combination of 3 different genres. Let's go ahead and rebuild. I'm trying to go for like an RPG plus Colony Sim plus Roguelite. And so the games I use for like my main inspiration there is like, I'm thinking vanilla WoW for like the RPG side of things. You know, deep talent trees, lots of skills and abilities to choose from. Not Souls-like, not like the whole... Seems like a lot of games nowadays are like, you have light attack, heavy attack, and, you know, 4 to 6 abilities. I want much more than that. Classes as well, different classes to choose from. For the RPG side of things, and then so it's gonna be like third person RPG, but then you can also manage a colony, and the game I use for inspiration there is RimWorld, one of my favorite games of all time. That of course is a top-down omniscient perspective colony sim. There's definitely going to be quite a few differences there, a lot of design considerations as well. Is this game going to be free? I'm nowhere close to even probably not. I am nowhere close to determining that. Okay, let's get a guy spawned here. A little test level. Okay, I can still talk to him. Okay, so I didn't do it right. You didn't do it right. So if self ASC get current aggro amount or interacting ability system component, let's put this into a bool. B is in combat. Okay, so live coding there. Let's put a breakpoint there as well so we can see the values. Okay, we're not even getting there because I assume... What is this? Is target faction attackable? Oh, I wonder... This is actually cool because I'm learning coding for high school. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad you have that option in high school. I did not. My high school, back in the day, did not have coding. So I had to teach myself. But that led me to dropping out of college, so that was pretty cool. Dropped out of college and got a job. Circa, that was what, 10 years ago now? Yeah, game dev is fun. It's quite hard as far as coding things go, you know, it's not exactly just web dev. It's quite difficult, but it's pretty fun. Because, you know, you can actually see things like this happening, you know? Kind of hard to... God, the YouTube shorts, I really need to fix the vertical stream. It's not good. Not good. Apologies for the scuffed, haggard perspective over on the vertical stream. I do have the horizontal streams if you're interested in that on YouTube and on Twitch as well. So links to those in the profile, in the channel. learning Java right now, though, so I don't know if it's related to making games. My teacher said you can. Yeah, I mean, you can make a game in any language. There's not a whole lot of... I can't even think of a game engine that's written in Java. So, yeah, not super relevant to game dev, but the skills you'll learn from learning Java should be able to apply to any language. It's a good first language. Java is not a bad first language. Let's at least check if we're getting here. I guess we are. Is that happening on a background thread? I guess so. What, oh god. Why did I write this function? What did I write this for? If I don't have a target, my target is not faction attackable. Or if I don't, or the current targets does not have an ability system component, I cannot attack it. That makes sense. Which would mean that we want to return true. Yeah. And then I want to get the current aggro that this NPC has towards my player. If we are in combat... Actually, I need to check this. Check this one more time. Get aggro towards... Initiate attack. I feel like I should be getting there. Minecraft was done in Java. That's a good example. Forgot about that. You said you can make colonies, right? Can you make commands to your colonies? Yes, that's the idea. We're in the infant stages of that, but yeah, I have some rudimentary commands you can do. Mostly the colonists just kind of wander around right now and do nothing until they get hungry, and then they go search for food within the procedural terrain. Or, but you can tell them to go like chop wood and go collect food. That's basically all you can do at the moment. So we're not super far into that yet, but we're getting close to digging more into that because we've really rounded out the procedural terrain, and it's looking pretty sweet. And we're trying to just kind of iron out all the kinks with our entity system here, so we can get more into that without having to worry about bugs all over the place. Let me do this. Put a breakpoint there. Wait, what? Okay, so we're not even getting to that. We're not even getting there. What? Oh, I see the issue. I see the issue. Okay. View my generic utils get component from object. Okay, so because this actor is the proxy for the entity, I was using the wrong function. I was looking for the ability system component on this, which does not have it. It's on the proxy actor. Okay, so if we have a self-ASC, okay, now we get into this actual code. It looks like it's going to be a really good game. Well, I'm glad it looks like that despite me having no non-placeholder assets. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wait till you see the procedural terrain. That's my pride and glory. My baby. And this completely flat test level is not. not the procedural terrain. Wait, what? We're not even... What? We're not even getting here. Oh, I guess I need to maybe redo it. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Try that again. Come here. Wait, what? What? Where is the is interactable happening? That should be happening. Where are you? We fucking get here, right? Target. BP humanoid NPC. Oh, you know what? Are we overwriting that in the NPC blueprint? We fucking are. Let's not do that. Or at least let's call the super, because is in dialogue is actually something that's entirely blueprints at the moment. So let's make a call to the super parent function here. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. I hope when this game is released I have a laptop or PC to use. Yeah, well, you've only got 10 years to go before it gets released, so plenty of time. Okay, yeah, we're here. We have an ability system component. Sick. We never get past that, though, because is target faction attackable is false. Now we do. Is in combat true. Which rather we should... That's backwards. That's backwards. Change that. What's the tech tree going to look like? Still pretty up in the air. I haven't really gotten too deep into those systems. You know, that all requires me to have like assets and stuff to use to represent what the tech trees are. I play RimWorld, but the tech tree was kind of basic. Yeah, the tech tree. I mean, if you get all the expansions and stuff, it gets pretty deep. But I can understand where that criticism comes from. I want there to be different races in the game that kind of have their own tech trees. Like, I want, like, you know, elves, orcs, dwarf, human, you know, and then you have different researchers that can do different researching, you know, and then you can't, like, follow, you know, you need the certain research type to go into that, like, tech tree. And then, of course, there'll be a generic tech tree. And I'm thinking things like, we'll take a peek at the stylized level here, or rather the serialized thing. But it'll be a lot of things just like, you know, you need to go chop wood, and at first you'll need to chop the wood, and then you'll need to process it into... So here's the procedural terrain. And then I have dynamic tree chopping as well, which I think is pretty sweet. So these are all like static meshes. And then, like, the chop happens wherever my axe connects with it, so that's pretty cool. And then, you know, all the geometry updates as well, which will be kind of hard to see here, but the collision and stuff is updated there. But for right now, you chop it down. You chop it down. Tree gets chopped, slowly falls, or doesn't at all. There it goes. I mean, I just have some wood in my inventory now, but eventually I want you to have to chop up that log as well to get, like, planks out of it and stuff. And then at first, you know, you do that manually. Or at first, maybe you can only build with wooden logs, and it'll take, like, a lot of them to do, like, the building system, which is completely broken at the moment. Yes, it is completely broken at the moment. Yeah, okay, let's put that on the bug list. Building is completely broken. But, you know, tech tree will be like, you know, you can research like a lumber mill and stuff like that, and then you can have your colonists go chop trees for you and take the lumber over to the lumber mill and process it into planks, and you can build stuff with the planks, which will be efficient, you know, maybe have some more health and stuff like that. So it's gonna be like medieval RimWorld, kind of medieval fantasy, magic-y RimWorld. And I would like there to be different thematic tech trees as well. Like maybe there's an alchemical society type tech tree where, you know, all of your production is coming from, you know, chemical solvents and stuff like that, and you can make, and it'll kind of like theme your village and stuff around that. Which, by the way, we did fix the high talk when ending combat and target. So we fixed that. Let's commit that real quick. Return false. Is interactable. Return false when in combat with interactor. And then there'll be like crafting as well. There'll be a tech tree for that. Terrain generation is so good. Thank you. Appreciate the follow, Vinny. Is there going to be NPC villages, fortresses, castles? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's hopefully what I start getting into. Well, I guess I need to do a lot of Colony Sim stuff first before I can... But yeah, there's going to be procedurally spawned points of interest and stuff. My like ultimate goal is to get like a dwarf, like a, you know, like a procedural iron forge, like under the ground and stuff, you know. So here is the underground 3D terrain here. Am I using noise for the terrain? Yeah, that's the whole idea. I just have noise on top of noise on top of noise. And then here's the world map. And so this is a procedurally generated world map as well. And so each one of these little different colored areas is like an entire zone. Let's see, I'm in Phantom Wood Basin, which is supposed to be a desert. I only really have two different PCG graphs right now, so there's really only two different biomes. I have a forest and like a meadows. What noise did I use fast? I am starting to experiment with fast noise 2. My vertex data is generated with fast noise, but that is the only thing I use fast noise for. So if I go here to my terrain chunk, there's the vertex data, and this is what I use to like texture the terrain, to put the different textures on different locations. And this lines up with like the each vertex has a value here, so it's like it's not voxelized entirely, not really. It's like kind of half voxel, so there is no like definite resolution that it has to pay attention to. But I generate a height map just using a compute shader that I wrote. The noise function that it's using is actually the built-in one height map generator, so it's actually using the get noise value at position. Right, okay, so I kind of copied this from, so this in random.ush in the engine files, this is the same node that you see in the material graph. So if I go here, where's my 3D noise test here? Yeah, here we go. So this noise right here, same thing as what I'm using in my compute shader, and then that way I can kind of like preview the noise before I like because like I have it all parameterized and stuff like that. So I send a bunch of parameters to the compute shaders, and they're different for each biome. So you'll notice like if I look at, let's unpause. If I look at this, let's face north, so it makes more sense. Where's north? There's north. Okay, so facing north. So if I pop out here, the mountains line up with the edges of the biomes here. And so you'll notice when I cross over the mountains, it'll be actually a different terrain noise. And then we can explore some other seeds potentially. That sounds fun right now. Oh, there's talents. Rudimentary talents. If you want non-linear dialogue, I made a FOSS tool that is called Easy Dialogue Editor. It exports to JSON so you can parse it however you want. I actually have LLM generated quests. That's another system that I wrote. It's kind of just proof of concept at the moment, but that returns me any dialogue options in a JSON format, and then I just render those and allow the user to click from them. And then it like spawns stuff in the world for the quest and stuff. But let's check out a different seed. Let me write this one down though, because that's a really good seed. That's a really good seed. I need to pop over to this guy. Go to the world map. Maybe we can get some different. We'll go 45 here. For 44. Mountain. Oh, this is ocean. We're in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, so bad seed. Bad seed. 46. Also, it'd be nice to visually see you carrying huge logs on your shoulder when you carry logs. Yeah, I definitely want that to be visible. Oh, we're like right on the edge. We are in the ocean, but yeah. So there's this is the other. It kind of goes just straight from one to the other, but we'll be blending that later. This is the plains noise. So we got like some sunflowers. We got these big trees here. Very flat. Kind of a bad seed. There's some hemp. But yeah, I want to, I definitely want your colonists to have to carry. I want them to have to carry the logs all the way back and stuff, you know? And that's why I built the ECS system. I want them to, even when you're on the other side of the world and the other, you know, the original spot that your colony's at isn't even rendered, I still want it to be running. Wanted to try some procedural terrain, but wanted to use as much engine built and stuff as possible. Yeah, I think I'm going to be trying to rewrite some of my compute shaders back onto the CPU. What is this? Okay, we got to restart. So I'm going to be trying out the fast noise. I am having an issue with the fast noise plugin though. The fast noise 2 one. And it's giving me, there's an exception happening in the underlying library that I don't have the debug symbols for. So I need to figure that out. Maybe they responded to me in Discord here. Did Actual Mesh use procedural mesh components? I did. That's how I started. And then the dynamic mesh component came out, so I started using that. And that allows you to have all the geometry script library functions, which are super nice. Can you hunt animals? Not at the moment, but that will be part of the thing. You know, just like RimWorld. As you say you played that. Definitely want the whole animal husbandry and stuff as well. That was actually looking like a nice seed. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah, like the thing, I have them in compute shaders because, you know, GPU faster equals automatically better, right? Well, you only have one render thread to run them on rather than the multi-cores that you have on the CPU, so I might rewrite them back with the fast noise plugin because I was just using like the built-in noise functions. So yeah, what's this world look like? We are in Direwood Bluffs. Supposed to be a mountain. And that is supposed to be Whisper Storm Ridge Forest. Yeah, here we got some nice craggy terrain. Do I have a Discord server where you post updates on the game? No, I do not. Look at these little floating mushrooms and stuff. So this will be the only place you can get updates, Twitch or YouTube. For now, at the very least. Yeah, I was really happy to get the 3D noise working with the height map. Because I have the height map shader, I have the 3D noise shader, and then I have a marching cubes shader that combines them together to create, you know, cool little caves and stuff. I really love it when, like, there's a tunnel that goes from one zone to the other. Doesn't seem to be the case over here. Because the mountains are meant to be like, to kind of like block you. Oh, here we go, look at this. So it's like, maybe you can't get in, so like, this zone over here, like, you can't really easily get into it because it's all blocked off, right? There is a zone, there's an entrance
you know, here's a zone entrance chunk. But this terrain chunk acts as an entrance from one zone to the other. That's why there's no mountain there. But there is not always an entrance to each one. And so like here, this is just kind of like a natural entrance that if you just kind of stumble across it and explore, you will be able to get there. Let's actually see if it's AI navigable too. It looks like it is. Looks like it is. So the AI can move back and forth as well. And I want you to set up like multiple colonies and stuff as well, and based on proximity to resources and strategic locations. So hopefully there'll be some trade caravans and stuff. Don't know how I'm going to implement that or what use they'll be, but I think it'll be cool to have to worry. You have to worry about your colonists transporting goods, and you want to make sure like the route they're following is safe. You know, potentially set up some outposts. You know, in case bandits attack or something. Do you recommend any tutorials for that style terrain? I can give you one of the ones I followed, but this was like way back in the day, and this is actually a Unity tutorial. But Sebastian Legg has a very nice tutorial about it for Unity, and it was quite old. But that's what I originally followed, and that'll just be for height map terrain, so it won't actually cover like 3D. But hopefully by the time you get done with the height map terrain, it'll start to make sense, and you'll kind of understand how to use it a little bit more. There's probably better ones out there, but that's just what I used. And then you can, there's a GDC talk by Sean Murray, who did No Man's Sky, who talks about their noise functions. And then there's a talk by the guy who works on the Minecraft world generation when they rewrote it, who talks about how they did theirs. You can just find that on YouTube somewhere. Okay, exceed 48. Oh, we are just right in the thick of the forest here, aren't we? We might be. This is we're just in a nice flat biome here. There's going to be injuries like Rimworld can replace lost limbs. I definitely want that depth. I do really like that depth in Rimworld, like with the doctoring and the medical stats and stuff like that. But this is a fantasy RPG, so there will be healing. I will have to consider how those two things interact with each other, how those two systems interact. Am I stuck? Did my terrain generation fail? I think it did. We're stuck. So yeah, I'll have to try to figure out how to work those two things together. So it'll be definitely be different, but I do want, yeah, lost limbs, diseases, malaria, hell yeah, for that. And some other maybe magical maladies. Maybe you can be cursed and you need a doctor and a healer or something like that. I want a seed that has like a little bit of everything, you know? That would be nice. That would be nice. Yeah, I definitely want you to have to, like, you know, save some colonists that are bleeding out. Oh, this is all samey. This is all samey. Oh, there's a red biome over here. And I need to like update the graphs and stuff to like change the color of the grass to make it look cool, you know. There's a lot of work to do. And then down here there's going to be like ore. That's right now it's just all the same PCG graph, but I want there to be like ore and stuff. that you have to go find and potentially send your colonists after. Maybe limb restoring is only available late game. If you lose a limb for a long time, it becomes permanent. Yeah, there's a lot of options to do there. You know, maybe you can spec your healer. If you have a healer colonist, you can spec them into, you know, some sort of limb replacement, or maybe you just have a really skilled doctor, you know. Maybe if you're in the alchemical society, you can make like a Gregor Clegane abomination type thing, you know, like from Game of Thrones. So if you're following the alchemical tech tree, maybe there's like a demon worship type tech tree where you can, like, you know, because in RimWorld you can like do the anomaly, you can add like a tentacle arm. My dog just whined at that. He didn't like that. Hey, give me a cool seed. Give me a cool seed. 50, 51. We're just going through them. 3. Yeah, this is one that's really annoying that keeps happening. I have no idea why. It's probably a background thread issue, but I feel like I'm scope locking it correctly, so. That one did look, that one was looking cool. Before it so rudely crashed on me. Look at this little fucking cave that just got put here. That's so funny. Yeah, the forest biome is very dominant, isn't it? Bad. Not bad. Still not the cool little. I want to be like at the crossroads between like 3 different zones or something. That is just all ocean. That was all ocean. That is also all ocean. Oh dear. And you tame animals, and if so, yeah, I hope to have animal taming at some point, in some form. Mounts? I don't know how I'm gonna deal with mounts. That's like a whole ass thing to code. That's like a lot. I don't think the game will launch with mounts. but I do understand your desire to do so. I do understand the desire. More ocean. I don't have water in the world yet, but it will be there. Oh, we're gonna spawn like in a tunnel. That's pretty sweet. Or no, we're probably gonna spawn on top. Oh, this is gonna be a nice one. We got our kind of like Badlands zone. Did I spawn on top? Yeah, we spawned on top. Like really, this will be like the area very difficult to build in. You know, maybe it has some really good, but these mountains sticking up. You know, maybe a lot of ore sticking up out of them that you can, perchance grab. Let me go over there. Is that where? Yeah, we got some really high terrain. So there should be a mountain over there when I move enough. Whee! I can even figure out how to get over there. Jesus. It would be the building is all going to be individual, so you're going to have to, you know, put the beds there and decorations, if any, all that stuff. You know, lighting. You know, you put a torch in the room and stuff. Okay, there we go. There we go. There's some good. There's some good noise. Look at that. Look at that. Hi, Moxie. This is where it would be really cool to have like the dwarf city poking out a little bit, you know? Are you a dire wolf? You're a dire wolf. Yeah, I want the whole, like, needs system of RimWorld to be a thing, for sure. Is that navigable right there? Yep. Nice. Imagine like having a colony right here, looking out over the landscape. You don't have to worry about raids from that side so much. Now this, look at how big this fucking hole is. It's so big that some of the chunks aren't even rendered. A massive cave system. Yeah, what seed is this? I'll keep that one. That's a good one. 56. Is there going to be hygiene? I'm going to say probably not. Probably not. I know there are mods for that in RimWorld. I was kind of thinking of like waste management to be a thing though, but not like human waste, like building waste, like industrial waste. This is cool up here. Yeah, that's a nice seat. That's a nice seat. What is happening here? Trunk coordinates is empty. What is this? Yeah, that's a new one. What is this zone that is so empty? Spire of Souls. Okay, let's get back to fixing things. Building is completely broken. Yeah, maybe we can fix that real quick. Maybe that's a real quick, maybe it's not. We'll see. I did want to do the actor entities targetable, but let's take a little pit stop here. I think that'll be in the building component. Also, all the icons were gone as well. Okay, so spawn building object. Yeah, you are called from blueprints. Take me there. Finish build. Where are you called from? From here. Try build and be built. Last building object class. Where do you get set from? I assume you are, yeah, there we go. Find class member references there. So you're gonna be multiplayer? Yeah, I hope so. Can you wage war on other players? Yeah, I want that, all of that to be on the table. So just kind of up to you as the player to determine the factions. Potentially fight over colonists and do some espionage. Ah, it's because it's a soft class reference going into, yeah, I think this is it. So I think I need to do a oh boy, where did that go? Class try load class asset. Yeah, so we want to do that. We have to cast to building object actor class. Yeah. Jesus. Oh, that's a mouthful. Look at this. This is why I hate blueprints, man. Take all that out. Cast it. Go there. Do I need to do anything on failed? I guess we just return false, probably. Yeah, I mean, we don't do anything elsewhere for failed. So, yeah, run off fail. Yeah, so I think we just kind of like silently fail. And then where are the icons at? That should be like in the widget. What is it? Building widgets or something or other. Building menu. Yeah, maybe building menu legacy here. Roll box. Let me check the graph here. Update building list, building objects. Create building button slot widget. Okay, that's probably relevant. Here we go. Here it is. Yep, okay. Load asset blocking. Cast it to a texture. It's kind of annoying. Texture 2D. Too dizzle. Icon. What is this? Oh, that's the actual like widget. Doesn't match type of texture. Okay. Okay. If it doesn't exist, don't set. Okay, so I think that was probably the issue. I switched to soft objects, soft class objects and stuff. There's our building menu, cool. Yeah, and then the line trace for them. Yeah, I keep going back and forth whether or not I want to create a specific collision channel for building. Or if I just want to rely on, you know, like the static line trace. And then put like a tag on the terrain chunks. For like if they're landscape or not, because I have like a support system, right? Oh my gosh, this happened again. Weird. Weird. Oh, you know what? And I guess the they're tagging. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, and I guess the I need to set the seed when I load into the level. That probably is pretty important. Because I'm now loading a save file with a different seed than the world that I'm loading into. Let me write that down. That is another issue. Let's go back over here. And then the seed that we were in was seed 44. So let's change it back, man. I guess we're gonna load it, man. Okay. Okay, there we are. Yeah, we don't need that breakpoint anymore. UI is shit, I know the UI is shit. Is there gonna be achievements? That I haven't really thought about. That is not super high prio for me. Oh shit, okay, hang on. Destroy that one. I need a picker, you know, like a little color eyedropper. Give me a window. Give me a window. Give me a door. And give me some stairs. Where are the stairs at? Got a little dummy ramp. Oh my god, I can't hit the Wait, oh, it's broken. No. Why is the line trace not working? It doesn't work for the Huh. Okay, now it showed up. That was weird. You could have delivered that more nicely. What, that there's not going to be achievements? I mean, I didn't mean to be rude about it. Just that I haven't thought about them, and they're not super important at this stage of the journey to me. Okay, I guess I can build while swinging the weapon. And I think the ceilings are broken, or the floors or something. Dummy walls. Is it ceiling? Yeah, the ceiling acts like a wall. Not when you're supposed to act like, my dude. Top roof? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that one's all... that one's all fucksy-wucksy as well. Yeah, all the roofing and stuff is pretty haggard. And what is these resources? That's not right either. Resources is entirely wrong. Although I suppose I did change that, didn't I? Okay, hang on. Let's go chest out the resources here without breaking our shins. Okay, that's not right. Yeah, building is all fucked up, isn't it? Okay. Which would, oh, now I'm stuck swinging. Great. No, I'm not. Okay, yeah, that's all messed up. Okay. Do I want to dig into that right now? Oh my god, there's no collision. Wait, what happened? I was just walking on this, wasn't I? Wait, what happened to the collision? It changed. It literally changed. Okay, now I can stand on it. What? That is so weird. Oh my god, it's like the little collision traces that I do to determine like if it's interactable and stuff. Or changing it, because it just added like a blueprint right here. I meant the guy who said the UI was bad. Oh, I said that. I said that about myself. Okay, so yeah, building's a little weird. A little wonky. That's gonna need like a whole thing though. That's gonna need like that's probably like a whole day at least, at the very least. So I'm gonna quickly summarize what the issues are. So we did fix the icons and it's not completely broken anymore, but so wooden buildings placed, dummy versions. Collision seems to change when braced against. Resources just fucked. Okay. To summarize, in summary, okay, yeah, what else do we have though that we should fix? What's next on the list here? Yeah, the targetable entities. That one's an important one for sure. Make actor entities targetable. I'll put maybe allow nameplates on entities, on non-actor entities. I don't know if that's what I want to do. So right now there's a fixed distance where actors change when entities change into actors. I think I want that to be a little bit more dynamic. Like there's definitely a minimum distance where they all have to be actors, right? But I think I just want like the closest 30 or something to at least be actors if they're within a maximum distance. So there's kind of like I think I kind of want like a range. And I'm pretty sure I cap the number of nameplates to 30 anyway, so I think that's a good number. Is it either 20 or 30? I forget. Yeah, I think that's going to be the important thing right now. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a probably 5-10 minute BRB, and then I'm going to be back to work on it. Yes, I intend for there to be player housing as well. Like, you are a part of the colony. You're like the leader of the colony, right? But then I also want there to be like AI colonies that have their own leader, you know? But yeah, the answer to your question is yes. Okay. So yeah, targetable entities. Let's do something fun real quick though. How many entities should I spawn? Like 1,000? I'm gonna spawn 1,000 colonists. Oh my god. It's funny because I turn over here and it's like, oh, there's not very many. Here they are. Apparently that's 1,000. It's probably still spawning. I'm probably spawning more and more. No, get the actors away from me. It'll tank the performance. God, look at these guys are all stuck on that one nav island. They can't get off it. They're all looking for food too. There's not enough food in this world for you all. They will all start to spread out though. Yeah, it is getting the movement processor is getting a little oh, this guy's like stuck in place, huh? It's crazy though. I don't think anyone's fallen through the world. So the gravity processor is working really well. Not sure that I would see them. Maybe. Yeah, no, I was seeing them before, so I should see them if they fall through. Yeah, it's still just mostly render frame blocked, render thread blocked. Velocity processor taking 10 milliseconds. Is there friendly fire? I don't know. Haven't really thought about it. And when colonists die, do other colonists get a debuff like in RimWorld? I definitely want that to be a thing, yes. Definitely want that to be a thing. The move to processor taking 28 milliseconds. It's crazy how much longer that takes than the velocity processor. I wonder if do the foreground threads, do they just get more compute power, I wonder, than the background ones? I don't know how that works. Oh my god. Yeah, the target processor is by far my worst performing processor. And it's the chunk processor iteration. I don't know why. I need to look back into that. By far. Representation processor happening very quickly. 2.6 milliseconds. Attachment processor very fast. ISM processor also very fast. Get desired PCG points. God. Longest one took 30 milliseconds. It's a bit long. That is a bit long. The moving tag subsystem taking up 3 milliseconds here as well. Can your colonists betray you if you treat them badly? I haven't thought about it like that. I have thought that colonists will leave if they're not happy. But sure, why not? So I thought that the foreground tasks would block the game thread. Is that not the case? Doesn't seem to be. What is the difference between a foreground and background thread? A background thread does not keep the managed execution environment running. Was that the same for Unreal Engine? I thought foreground threads blocked the game thread. Am I fucking dumb? I've been saying that so much and no one's corrected me. This is from 2015. Edit no longer relevant. Foreground threads have the ability to prevent the current application from terminating. Background threads can be ignored at any point. Okay, but it was saying that there was something that could block the game thread. For small multi-thread tasks where you don't want to incur the overhead of creating a whole new thread, you can use UE4's task graph system. Okay. What the fuck is the point then? Okay. Okay. Did anyone fall through there? Because that was a pretty large delta. Has anyone made it into the caves yet? Probably not. Again with this instance IDs thing. It's happened again. Entity ISM processor. This is happening on the game thread. Make array view. Why would this have failed? Huh? Did I hit the assertion? I did. I did hit the assertion. Do I not have the number of custom data floats set properly here? Num custom data floats 8. Oh, I need to add the static custom data on there too, don't I? Huh, it looks like I do. Everywhere I change the custom data, it looks like I do append the static custom data, making it 8. Which, did I hit that little log that says, like, not enough? No, I don't. So how did that happen? Yeah, what? How would that even happen? I'm appending static custom data every single time. Unless the static custom data is never set. Get ISM custom data. Which I guess is I put in blueprints. Oh wow. So I guess maybe I'm not returning the right number from some blueprint somewhere. Weird. Now the actors are a little jittery because the movement processor doesn't iterate on them as often. So that is one downside of not using the pawn movement component. But I'm sure there's a way I can rewrite the processor such that it handles all the actors first in every frame. Oh, this guy's stuck. Let's see how well my AoE works here. This will be funny. Jesus Christ, sorry, that was very loud. Almost all dead. Get him. The laggy. There we go. The animation budgeting kicked in real hard there. Can you parry attacks? Not sure yet. Not sure. Right now, no. Okay, apparently, does this have collision? Apparently this has collision. Yeah, so why are all you guys stuck? Maybe I should pop out the visual logger and take a look here. Entity 413. Oh, okay, this is just like their target is under the ground and therefore not on the map. I think I have this written down. Body's gonna be like that in the game. As in, like, they stick around after they die? To a certain extent, yeah. They will decay, like corpses in RimWorld, I suppose. Oh god, the visual logger is so laggy. Stop. Okay. Whew. But assets will be completely different, of course, so it'll all look different. Yeah, it do be getting laggy. It do be getting laggy, though. Frame sync time. Like part of their body was floating. I mean, they weren't aligned with the ground, I think is what you're pointing out. I guess, yeah, I guess we're taking the food and sleep effects. Okay. Yeah, what is this frame sync time coming from? I kind of want to do a parallel 4 on the velocity processor and see what that looks like. Maybe even on the movement processor too. Would be better. Okay, I think we're all good. What are you telling me? Access none, trying to read property attached to socket. I'll ignore that for now. Let's make entities targetable, though. I think first of all, player controller maintains like the tab target stuff, like the tab target potential targets. Yeah, so I guess I'm doing a sphere trace for object. I suppose this is where I need to make a more comprehensive interface for tracing against entities and everything. Wait, am I doing this anymore? No. No, I am not. Update potential targets. Am I doing that? Yes, I am. Which does a sphere trace. Okay. Which is why only the actors are being returned from that. Max tab target distance. Object types, just pawn. Okay. Thinking about how I want to do this. I guess I should create my own statics file for this, for traces. They're I kind of have them a little bit all over the place. One of them is in like the procedural terrain subsystem. And I have on my list that I need to trace across multiple terrain chunks as well. But that's going to impact PCG. That could be potentially kind of a big chunk to bite off. Let's create some of the functions. Why not? Where's utils at? Trace utils, I suppose. Sure. Trace utils, these will of course need to be blueprint callable, although I should probably create the implementations as well. What are the query params here? I don't really use any of these. What's the... Where do I do like a line trace at? Didn't even spell it right. Kismet System Library. Okay. We have that set up. And what I'll need from here is trace channel. We have trace channel. I guess that would include if we're tracing against terrain or not, although I kind of want if I kind of want like trace channel and object types. How do I want this to work? I may need cases for both, but like, can I just have like an object types? Line trace single trace channel. Okay. What would be the downside of having a trace channel and an array of object types? Like if the array is empty, then you just like take any object type, right? Otherwise, like trace channel. I guess the benefit of object types is like you're just saying, hey, give me these objects in this area, or line or sphere trace or whatever. And it doesn't matter what their collision response is. I feel like that's what that's saying. Returns the first hit encountered. This only finds objects that are of type specified. Yeah, but see, it doesn't do like I don't know if it handles like blocking it, like if they're set to ignore. I feel like it does return it because like my NPCs are set to they're set to ignore everything, but they are pawns and they do return from that collision trace. But yeah, I feel like that doesn't the object trace returns it regardless of what their response is. Okay, so I guess let's just replace what we need to, which is the sphere trace multi for objects. Radius object types. Complex doesn't really matter for me. Although, like, we might as well just to make it have parity. Actors to ignore. Alright, and then out hits, so I need multi now. My god, there's so many parameters. Okay, yeah, that's a big list. Come on, AI, help me out here. You missed some. God, you got it all out of order. Object types, trace complex, actions to ignore. Feedback type hits. Ignore self. Okay, so there's my recreated one, but we need some additional parameters. I know. Although maybe I could infer that if we're tracing on the pawn object type that we probably want entities. Though we should probably include, and then if object type is terrain, what would you expect to return for that? If you did a sphere trace multi for terrain, just return all of the vertices of the terrain, or just return the one actor, like the terrain chunk. Maybe just return the terrain. I can't imagine I don't know why I would use that. I guess I'd wait for a use case before deciding how that would work. And then actors to ignore. I did add an entities to ignore on my trace, right? Let me go look at my trace functions. Where was it? Chunk processor. Yeah, the entity query with the entity hit result. Which should probably just extend the regular hit result. And then include players. Can't imagine when I wouldn't want to include players. Yeah, I kind of feel like that should probably be implied. And I suppose since I'm using these for a lot of abilities too, what is that doing? I'm not checking like the faction orientation or anything. Coffee Java. Lava. Welcome in, everyone. How are we all doing? Thank you for the raid. Big PP Coffee Giga raid. Love that. Let's show off the game a little bit. Is this Scratch? Yeah, no, this is actually Visual Basic, entirely coded. Thank you for the raid, my dude. Appreciate that. What were you guys up to? What do you stream? What were you guys doing? Let me hit you with a shout out. At Coffee Lava. I'm unfamiliar with you, but thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. That's huge. What am I working on? We're working on a game for a combination of 3 different genres. It's going to be RPG, Colony Sim, and Roguelite. And then we also have procedural terrain. And so here's the procedural terrain. Looking pretty sick, if I do say so myself. And so today we've been working on the ECS system that I wrote. The entity component system. I kind of rewrote Mass a little bit, which is the built-in one for Unreal. I wasn't happy with it, so I built my own. And we've been kind of fixing bugs here and there that we come across. So we're trying to get all these colonists and stuff spawned into the world so that we can actually start doing some fun colony sim type things. And I rewrote the ECS system to just kind of run entirely on the background thread. And what I was getting into right before you so kindly raided was I've basically rewritten like the collision system. Like all these entities that I spawn, they don't have any collision on them. And so to like do ability traces and stuff, I'm just iterating over the entities that are like chunked into different grids in the world, kind of like a bounding volume hierarchy almost. And we also do the same for the terrain, because the terrain, like here's the world, right? This is the procedural world. And all these different little colors are different zones. And so I want the whole world to be running, Colony Sim wise, which means, you know, I can't obviously have the whole world rendered, or I can't even have collision built for all of them. So I have to kind of create my own. So this is all like runtime procedurally generated terrain that I store all the vertex and triangle data for each little terrain chunk here. And then we can like kind of efficiently you know, if I store it in a spatial data structure like a bounding volume hierarchy, I can efficiently trace against it and stuff like that. So that's what these colors here are showing off. They're showing off the vertex data. So if I were to take a look at the collision here, the collision and the vertices are one and the same essentially now. So each point on here has, it's going to get a little laggy here, but you can see each point has a little color on it for like the data, right? So if I zoom out, you'll see it even better. And then that's what I use to like texture the terrain and give it meaning. You know, this will be for things like, this helps determine what I can spawn with PCG. So you'll notice on the dirt, I don't really spawn anything yet, but then on the grass is where I'm spawning all the grass and the trees and stuff like that. And then for the caves, we have that there too. So, you know, roots on the dirt and stuff like that. Yeah, very going to be very Minecrafty caves. You know, there's going to be some ore down there to dig. We do have, it will be destructible terrain. I haven't really worked too much on that. I do like technically have it working, like proof of concept wise, but it's not good. It doesn't look good. So once we kind of round out some of the colony system stuff, we'll start working on like digging ore and spawning ore into the world procedurally. And obviously, if you hit like a rock, you want that to react differently than when you hit dirt, right? Potentially different tools for different jobs there too, just like in Minecraft. So that's the short story of what we're working on here. Buster, thank you for the follow. Looks dope, really cool. Thank you guys, thank you. Was getting the demo ready for Steam Next Fest. Oh hell yeah! Hope you have a good stream, man. Gotta go eat. Of course, of course. Thank you for the raid again. Thank you so much. I'll have to check you out and see what you guys are working on over there. Yeah, this just happens to be a pretty cool seed that I came across, and it was great for testing the gravity processor. So I'm essentially like iterating over all these entities and like applying some gravity to them to settle them back down on the terrain properly, because you know we don't have collision, we don't have physics, right? I kind of have to rewrite that all on my own. So why am I using Unreal Engine? I don't even fucking know at this point, just for rendering, I guess. What else do we have? I have LLM generated quests, which is like kind of a whole different system that we're going to use. So I like dump my entire item database into a Gemini prompt and then let it just generate some quests which can spawn things in the world. That's still just kind of proof of concept here as well, so nothing super crazy. But this is, we have dynamic tree chopping as well. So wherever my axe connects with the tree is where it subtracts it out, and then it's still, the mesh is like collisioned and everything, so if I can actually hit it, so then yeah, drop it on the other side, drops through. And now I have some wood in my inventory. Do you think they'll use some LLMs in Elder Scrolls 6? They have to, right? I don't know if big game studios are ready to accept AI or not. I think indie has to kind of I think they have to pave that road, and then for players to accept it, you know, because gaming is still kind of a thing where a lot of people are anti-AI, and I'm definitely anti-AI assets. I am not, however, anti-AI like dialogue. You know, I think that's totally fine, which is what I'll plan to use it for. Hopefully, you know, by the time this game gets released in 10 years or whatever, there'll be some local models that run efficiently enough to just generate some banter and some dialogue amongst the colonists and stuff. But yeah, kind of what I'm going for is on the RPG side of things, I'm kind of something similar to Vanilla WoW in that there are multiple classes with deep talent trees and a lot of skills to choose from. And it is kind of tab target combat at the moment. I don't know if I'm going to stick with that or not. But that's what I want to go for there on the RPG side of things. You know, third person over the shoulder. Colony Sim side of things, I want to go something very Rimworldy is one of my big inspirations. So pretty depthy Colony Sim part where you know, colonists have, you know, different mood debuffs and stuff, and different skills and attributes and specialties. There's a tech tree as well for the Colony Sim stuff. And then for Roguelite, I'm thinking a game similar to Hades. You know, I definitely want to do something gods related. I think that's great at like explaining some game design rules while still being flavorful, you know. Definitely want to have colonies like worshipping different gods and stuff that can give you different buffs and debuffs and whatnot. Then a little bit of a building system that I was fixing. It's kind of slightly broken at the moment, but haven't worked on it in some time. But yeah, you'll send some colonists out to go chop trees. They'll get some wood. You got to process the wood in a lumber mill, and then you can use it to build them houses and stuff. And then they'll be happy. You know, they need to eat. Right now, they're running around looking for food. Is there gonna be lore? Of course. I don't have. That's low importance for me right now. But I have some vague thoughts. But we were just checking out some other seeds and stuff. Show off one of the other ones that was pretty cool that we found today. Let's go world map, seed. Which one was cool? 56 was cool apparently. Oh yeah, this one had the big old mountain. But yeah, there's gonna be different biomes and different entities, different wildlife in different biomes, different monsters. Right now we only really have 2 different biomes. Still more work needing to be done there. Okay, so here I am, and then where's the big ass mountain? Okay, yeah, it's supposed to be over there. And then this is like some really like super craggy terrain. Like super, this was like my attempt at like a Blade's Edge mountain type zone. If you're familiar with WoW. But I need to get over, we need to get around this. So this zone will be like kind of difficult to navigate, difficult to build in, but potentially high in resources. Something along the likes to incentivize you to build a colony here. And my compute shaders are computing. Here they go. There they go. So there, we got this big old mountain here. Got a giant ass fucking cave system. So there's the noodle caves and stuff. And I hope to have different races and stuff like that. This is all like super, you know, optimistic and super hopeful. Since there are caves, is the terrain volumetric / voxel base? Yes and no. So I have 3 different compute shaders that run, one of which is a height map generator, which gives us, you know, the surface and everything. Another one is a 3D noise generator, and then I use a third marching cubes shader that connects them together. And, you know, marching cubes is a voxel algorithm, right? But with the terrain deformation and everything, like, and then the way I did the vertex data is again a separate thing. Like that's per vertex. So the data is actually, it's not limited to a voxel resolution as it stands right now. And when you come and deform this, there'll be some custom logic based on like your axe stats and stuff like that, or your pickaxe stats, and that could potentially deform it in a non-standard resolution. So it's like yes and no. You know, some of it's generated voxelized, which is the 3D terrain. The caves and stuff are like voxel based, the 3D noise. But the height map it does use like a uniform grid, but like the way those connect, it's kind of hard to see, and it's super laggy when I turn on the verts. But that's way too laggy. But they don't necessarily line up with a voxel or a resolution. But then the vertex data generator that I use will be used to just like sample the new, like whenever you deform the terrain, the new whatever it is at that location, right? But yeah, I thought this was a nice seed. These nice tall mountains. It's like kind of what I'm going for. Maybe there's a better seed to show this off, but you think of a game like Valheim, right? That's a very procedural game as well. They have procedural biomes, but their biomes kind of blend seamlessly from one to the other. And yeah, this is kind of a bad seed to check. We'll pick another seed. Generate another seed. I want to give me a number. We'll check that. I don't know what the last one was I checked. We'll go to 69. How about that? Seed 69. I have no idea if this is a good seed. Okay, we got something. I think we might be in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. So I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. So I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so I think we're in ocean. Completely flat over here, so Nah, this is okay. This is an okay seed to show off what I'm trying to talk about here. So let me face north. Okay, that's north. So each one of these zones, if I pop out, you'll notice that it should line up. The edges of each zone should line up with these mountains. And I did that because I wanted like a defined area for each zone to kind of tell a story within. And so that when you're traversing the world, you can't just go straight from one zone to the other. You have to kind of find the entrance to each zone, and not necessarily going to be an entrance to every single one. There should be one right here. The white dots are the zone entrances, which, yeah, again, kind of a bad seed to test. 70? Seed 70. But that way it'll kind of, this is all ocean too. We spawn in the middle of the ocean. Wonderful. Wonderful. 71. There we go. Nice flat. Nice and flat. Can I get the plains biome? We're getting only forests. We're getting only forests. And I see no entrances either. I guess this kind of creates a natural entrance here. Like there was some 3D noise that cut through the mountain that was here. So you can think if you're a player, you could build a bridge across this into the other zone if you were trying to get there for like a quest or something. You know, there's also sometimes the noise will go through here and go to the other zone. Although this one, yeah, it looks like we're almost there. Oh, there's like a tiny little like rack. Sometimes the noise creates natural tunnels from zone to zone, which is kind of cool to come across. There we go, look at that, right there. And is it navigable? It's navigable. There we go. So, laggy when I'm showing the nav mesh off, but hopefully the entities will be able to move through there, and then I'll spawn some fun ones, some fun monsters and stuff in the caves. Maybe there'll be a colony over here that you can go interact with, and you build your colony over here, that kind of thing. And then you can either like maybe deform the terrain to get to the other zone if there's no entrance, or you could build stairs all the way up and all the way down if you have the resources for it. Or you can just hope to explore. 2172. I want to show the other biome. I have like a meadows, plainsy type biome. But I guess forest is just everywhere because we only have two. I think forest is like the default. So there's a greener zone, a little more interesting. And this, you can show the different. I can show the different noises off here as well. Because those shaders I was talking about, like they're parameterized, and the height map shader, like it blends between all the neighboring biomes, and so. Going from one to the other, the noise actually smoothly blends from whatever the noise settings are for this zone to like this one. And if there were an entrance here, you'd see that. But that's how they're all able to line up and everything. And yeah, I do need to do some additional work on the terrain generation algorithm. I messed up the Z coordinates, so now the Z's are only spawning on like one side. And then you can actually see, maybe not yet, but there's no mesh here, and that's intentional, and that's how the mesh is going to be when you're not around. Like there's no collision there, there's no mesh there at all actually. It's just triangle and vertex data, and then PCG uses that to trace against. I wrote my own like PCG nodes to work with my terrain system, and that's how it figures out where to put things. So you know, if I were to run over here, there would actually be terrain there lined up perfectly. And then that's how, see, the nav mesh is out here as well. I use that same vertex and triangle data to export to the nav mesh, and so the nav mesh knows what it's supposed to look like. And that's important because, as I was talking about earlier with like the gravity processor for our entities and stuff, you know, that's how they're going to move around when you're not there, and they're going to be able to interact with the environment, chop down trees and whatnot. Because for the Colony Sim side of things, like what I really want is for it to be running at all times. You know, I don't want any of that like, oh, you've got 4 colonists chopping wood, so that's 40 wood an hour, you know. That's to me not very fun. You know, if you send 4 colonists on wood, they're gonna have to run over to wherever the trees are. And if you chop down all the trees, they're not gonna be able to find any. You're gonna have to, you know, put them in a new location or something like that. And if there's a wolf in the forest where they're going to chop trees, I want them to be attacked by that wolf. And so you have to make sure that your colonists are properly outfitted to defend themselves. Maybe you send a beefier colonist to kind of like protect them or something, you know, a colonist with better combat. You know, I do intend for there to be like the classes that the player can be. I want you to also be able to find some colonists as those classes, although it's rarer. I want there to be like a kind of like a bland default colonist class that doesn't really, you know, kind of bad at combat but can still swing a weapon, you know. Maybe use a magic scroll or something if you have them. But I also want you to be able to come across like an actual like mage, an actual rogue or a warrior, you know. And then those will be like, you know, pretty powerful colonists. And then your colony will get raided and stuff like that even when you're not there. So you'll have to make sure that your defenses are set up properly. And given the navigation and the terrain is all rendered, I intend, or not rendered, but all that data is there. That will work when you're not there. I intend for the buildings, how you set them up, where you put your walls at, where you put the gate at, you know, that all matters, even when you're not there. Because your colony might get attacked while you're out exploring. It might happen. You need to make sure you've built your colony up properly so that they can, you know, navigate efficiently around, get resources, and then also defend themselves efficiently. They can, you know, you can have like towers and stuff. Maybe there's a bonus, you know, if your colonists are up higher, maybe they get like a crit chance bonus or something like that. Maybe you can have them man like a ballista or something. Maybe that you can, you know, have some boiling pitch and or fire that you can dump on enemies that attack the gates and whatnot. That kind of stuff. Catapults, would be really cool to see as well. That's all, you know, like super far down the road, you know. But that's where my head's at. That's where the game's at. So yeah, that's what we're working on. That's what we're working on. And I'm working on making the entities targetable. Oh god, I fell through the world somehow? Okay, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Now, I'm very glad it actually didn't end up generating chunks all the way down, because I don't have any, like, minimum or maximum height, so if the terrain system was actually working properly for the generation, that would have generated chunks all the way down. I probably would have noticed a lot sooner, but I digress. And there it goes. Here's a nice example of the blending I was talking about. They are 2 different materials, so definitely need to do some material blending. And with the vertex data I have generated now, I should be able to. But just pay attention to the shape of the landscape, of the terrain. You can see how it goes from like super craggy, rocky, spiky over here to something a little bit more smooth. And it transitions, you know, they connect, right? They connect seamlessly. Even though there's definitely a material seam there, but there's no like absence of terrain. And that was a major breakthrough for me a while ago to get that. It's like basically a weighted average blend. Like you take a terrain chunk right here. This has, every terrain chunk has like parameterized noise. Here's the border of the biome, and so like this has a different set of noise than this. How do you get them to match up? How do you get them to connect? What you have to do is you have to factor in the parameterized noise of every single neighbor chunk, you know, add them up and blend them per vertex. For every single vertex on the height map of this chunk, I have to check its distance to these chunks, and then act as if it's being rendered, or act as if that location is being generated with that set of parameterized noise. Add all those up, get the weighted average sum. So that was pretty fucking difficult to figure out. But yeah, this is our meadows biome, actually. So it goes from super foresty, tree-y. You know, there's mushrooms, there's rocks. Now we got like some Although I shouldn't have, like, this is definitely not a meadows noise, and so in my biome settings I should probably change that for this noise and make it to where this can't be a plains noise. We got some hemp there, and this is all interactable, right? Is the mall infinite? You mean like the terrain? Is the terrain infinite? It could be. Like, it technically would work. I am... Right now it is clamped to this 128 by 128, so each pixel on here is a terrain chunk, so... What is that? 128 terrain chunks. Each terrain chunk is 12,000 Unreal Schmeckles, so that's 1.5 Schmeckles, which divided by... What do you divide that by? 1,000? 1,500 meters? So 1.5 kilometers? The map? Yeah, no, the map is not, won't be infinite. Otherwise I won't be able to like keep it running at all times, you know what I mean? But it is 1.5 kilometers. I want to do like a next time I dig into the biome stuff, I am 100% going to do like a swampy, shadowy, you know, Duskwood type zone. That's something I've really wanted to see. And I'm pretty sure I have some zombie assets that I can spawn there, so that's going to be cool. But yeah, the entire environment is interactable. Like, you can go mine these with your pickaxe, or you will be able to. You can pick these. This is flax. You can chop down the trees. You know, you can deform the terrain. There's some more rock you can get some stone from. All placeholder assets, so it's all like super hodgepodge, but it's all interactable. And like the cool thing is like the entities can interact with it too, so you can send them to go like collect stone or whatever. And we'll get into mining too at some point. That's why like it's rendered out here as well, so that the entities can actually query them. And I've got this whole like LRU cache serialization system, so all of these PCG points that are spawned, you know, they take up too much memory, so I need to serialize them to disk. And then I'll load them back in whenever a colonist needs to search the terrain for something. You know, if they need to find, you know, some food or something, they can query that, and it'll load that serialized file for the assets in a terrain chunk that have the desired resource types or gather types, and it'll remove them from the set and then serialize them back to disk. And then PCG will read those points and spawn the correct ones next time around. You can make it into a continent where if you go to the edge, you'll get teleported to the other side of the map. Yeah, make it circular, like around. Yeah, could happen. Although I kind of want the edges to be like, I kind of want it to go into the void. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Because you spawn right smack dab in the middle. Like, this is chunk 0, and so I'm intending it to get more difficult the more you venture outwards. And I think I'll probably end up making this circular, and I'll just apply an offset on the altitude, because you can see every pixel has like an altitude up here, and that actually impacts the terrain generation as well. But that's based on the a generated like this thing. So this is the world map right here. So this is just like the raw black and white pixel data for the world, and then I draw all the biomes on top of that. So you can see like the white parts are going to be like the higher parts, and then like, you know, down here will be like the swampier zones and stuff like that. It's actually way cooler. Yeah, I think so, because it'll be like I think it'll leave room to like I'm thinking about like potential expansions, you know. Like, I'll probably not ship with this large of a world. It'll probably be smaller. I don't know, you know, whatever I can get away with. But yeah, like in the real world, when you get to the edge of the obviously flat Earth, you'd fall off that edge. Yeah, exactly. So I'm making it as realistic as possible here. Like I said, as realistic as possible. Yep. So we're on the same page, Raw Lanch. But yeah, I want that, like, you know, potential expansions. You know, maybe I write some better terrain generation, and then there's some new zones and biomes I can launch. Then I think I would want to, because like the problem in these types of games is like when there's an update, you always have to start a new world, because like you want the new zones to pop up, and they don't like in Minecraft. I think if the chunk hasn't been generated, then it could potentially generate the new chunk. In Valheim, I think you probably do have to. I'm not sure how they do it, but I think it would be cool to rather like the expansion zones, like maybe the original continent is, you know, this size. You download the expansion, and then some new zones kind of like materialize on the outskirts, you know. And then there's some lore reason for the world. Why am I taking the wrong one? There we go. Imp leaf. Useful for things. Not useful for anything right now. I haven't done any kind of crafting or anything, but yeah. Some sort of lore explanation for why there's you know, maybe you appease some god or something, and the god of fucking terrain generation or something. What is that in Tolkien? Iole or something? Manwë? Who's read the Silmarillion here? Who knows the answer to that? Who's like the god of or the Valar of creation or earth or whatever? He like made the dwarves, didn't he? Something like that. Got some sunflower seeds, which don't work. I should be able to eat those. Doesn't work though. Let me see if I can get the let me see if the deformation works. It looks absolutely horrible. So do my animations. There we go. there we go. There we go. Here's an example of the rain deformation. So if I turn on the collision, you'll actually see like vertices and stuff created. Eule. Yeah, that's okay. I was right the first time. Hell yeah. Did you look that up? Unimodular, thank you. But you can see like this created like way too many fucking vertices. Like I can't maintain that. And also I need to regenerate the vertex data for all the new vertices that get created. And of course I want dirt to react differently than stone when you hit it, and the footstep sounds that you hear are actually they're based off of the vertex data as well. So it'll switch from like grass to dirt. And so there's no collision traces going there. So if you've ever used Unreal, then you'll understand the limitations of physical materials on landscape auto materials, which this is a landscape auto material that's applied. But I have unlimited physical materials now because of how I built the system. I've read the Silmarillion, but still had to look it up. Yeah, I think there's not very many people who don't have to look that kind of information up anymore. Maybe the world is unstable, and that's why the world is limited and the border is a void, and when an update happens, there'll be cracks in the edge of where the original trunk was. I was actually thinking something very similar. Because I definitely want some like potential story events to happen and spawn new areas on the edge that kind of like, you know, I'm thinking if you've ever been to Outlands in World of Warcraft, like that's like just a giant floating fucking landmass, and when you go to the edges, there's just nothingness, and it's actually kind of cool. And there's like floaty bits off to the side, and so I'm thinking like potentially there's some story quest line you go down or something that will spawn in a new zone, you know. You're thinking, what is it, Area 52 in WoW? Let me look this up. Let me show what I'm. But here's Outlands, right? And so you look at this area up here is this is kind of what I'm picturing. And I think this is exactly what you're saying, Mark, over on YouTube. See how they're all floating, and you build like little bridges between each one. I think that would be really fucking cool to see. And then if you like dig too far, like if you dig too far through, you just fall through the fucking world into the void. And you fall into the underworld or some shit, you know? I think that would be really cool. You potentially build a bridge right here as well. Yeah, the one entrance right there. But this is what I was picturing for like content updates and new terrain generation. And then there's of course Blade's Edge over here, which was my inspiration for the zone we're in currently. Yeah, huge WoW fan. Classic WoW. I'm a man of culture. If you enjoy retail WoW, That's okay. You can enjoy whatever games you want. But I do not. So yeah, that's kind of a tour of the game. See, did I mention what else? What else have I done? We did building system, ECS system, terrain, procedural terrain system. I've got some talents. I use gameplay ability system as well, which is an Unreal Engine framework that I'll be rewriting, of course, because it's not performant enough for my needs. Just some talents I threw together in a system that I made that interacts with the gas gameplay ability system within Unreal Engine. Talked building a little bit. What other systems have I written? I don't know. I've been working on this for about 2.5 years, so I didn't know anything about game development before that, so it's been a journey. Been quite a journey. ECS also custom no mass framework, correct. I was not, whenever I looked into mass, it was like 5.1 when it was still pretty immature, and I did not like it. Of course, very little documentation, all things Unreal Engine, of course. But I found it really hard to work with, so I built my own. But the 5.6 has some good updates coming. I also like fix some of the issues with state trees. I'm using state trees that tick in the background thread. But yeah, there's like some issues with state trees that I built my own solutions for, and then it's like the 5.6 preview came out, and then like 3 separate things that like I rewrote kind of to like work in a way that I thought was better. They did. And I'm like, oh. Like they looked at how shitty my code was, and they're like, no, we have to do this ourselves. That won't cut it. That won't cut it. They're more than happy to see them do. And then yeah, the LLM generated quests, which is always a super fun stream to do. I haven't done that in quite some time. But that'll be really fun. I kind of got it to the point where I've got it like spitting out JSON that I parse into like C++ structs, and then I can I have like a little quest log, and then there's dialogue options as well for the quest. You can reject the quest or accept it. Eventually I'll do some Baldur's Gate style, DC checks, difficulty checks, based on your skills and stuff, persuasion, intimidation, all that. Of course, it'll be super fun. And that'll be with your colonists too. So if you ever played RimWorld, you'll understand like how attached you get to the colonists in your colony, right? You'll get like some guy who's like god tier crafter, he's making legendary guns and shit for your colony, or like armor that's super sick, and then he fucking dies in a raid and you're just like distraught. And so I think I can, and that's when you're just playing from like an omniscient top-down perspective where you don't control an avatar in the game, right? Which is the major difference between how I'll be doing it, which will have its own design considerations. But I think I'll be able to increase that level of like emotion and attachment to your colonists, because you'll be down there as a character in the game interacting with them. And I have these like little AI generated childhood, adulthoods, and these traits, and so those all get sent to the prompt, and then the prompt like uses those and kind of flavors the response based off that, which is cool, because you'll get someone who's like super like brazen and an asshole or something, and then the dialogue is flavored that way, which is pretty funny. But then we'll also include like the persuasion and checks and stuff like that, which I think it'll really help to create a relationship and a bond between the player and their colonists and the NPCs that they meet in the world. Would be really cool. You are the umpteenth person to say that, Rollage. Like I said, I knew nothing about game development when I started this 2.5 years ago. But yeah, I feel like you're standing on the edge of a rabbit hole of starting to make your own game engine. You're writing so many of your own UE system counterparts, and it's just a matter of time when you realize that you use UE5 just as a renderer. Dude, you're literally, I think, the 3rd person to say that today. Like, you're just using UE as a renderer. And even that's starting to drag you down, yeah. And Nanite is nice. Nanite do go burr, though. Nanite and Lumen go burr. But, yeah, I know rendering is like my weakest part. I don't really know anything about it. I've written my own compute shaders, but that's just data, right? There's nothing that actually gets rendered from the HLSL code that I've written, so So yeah, PCG also super nice. I have not rewritten PCG, but I have rewritten some PCG nodes. But I mean, UE Unreal 5's rendering is best in the business, right? I mean, I don't think anyone can deny that. I get that there's some unoptimized games that come out because developers don't uncheck the right checkboxes, you know, but I don't think using Unreal Engine as a renderer is a bad thing. I think it will be when I see like the fucking 30% cut that they take, but whenever, you know, 10 years from now, whenever my game finally fucking comes out or whatever. I don't know that I want to write my own engine, because I feel like I'll never ship anything if I do that. Maybe the second version of my game. I really want to do something like Koraki, you know, like from Breath of the Wild, like little puzzles and stuff in the world. I want to do procedural, like Zelda-like dungeons. And so I want you to be able to, like, you know, there's not just going to be random caves down here. Eventually there's going to be some dungeons and stuff that you can come across and explore. And hopefully I can get some procedural puzzles working in there as well. But that's pretty far down the road, dude. Look how massive this fucking... Look how massive this is. Yeah, you can tell my textures kind of suck. My material knowledge and rendering knowledge, it sucks. Hopefully I'll get better at that. Oh, there's a nice little tunnel that comes in here. I was like, imagine like, oh, a little tunnel, let's go explore. What's down here? Holy shit. Imagine like a Balrog down here. You know what I'm saying? How sick would that be? Or like a little goblin. Bunch of goblins running around down there. Yeah, so I did a lot of work on the terrain generation. I've refactored it probably 5 times by now. And after the latest one, once I got all the collision stuff working, like my own collision system and stuff, that's when I was like, okay, time to spawn things into the world. Time to spawn things into the world. So that's what we're working on. And then I'll need to, like, I'm going to have to do procedural spawn points and stuff. And so I think every biome is going to need to define kind of what entities are in it. And I'm probably going to have to use PCG to do point of interest spawns for like little encampments and stuff like that. And then those POIs, procedural POIs, will have their own spawn points and entity spawners and stuff. Did that spawn anything? No Balrogs, only legally distinct giant fiery shadow demons. The Tolkien estate will come after you otherwise. Will they? Is it not public domain now? A Balrog? But mine will have wings. That's the... If you're a fan of the LOTR meme subreddit, you'll know there's a big debate when it comes to... Why is there nothing spawning here? What? There's a big debate on whether or not Balrogs have wings. Am I crazy? Also, the visual logger, I don't want to have to rewrite the visual logger. That's going to be a pain. Yo, why isn't anything spawning? I have all these spawn points and stuff. Look at them. I have all these points here. Oh my god, I have not been facing them. I have not been facing the correct direction. Oh god, it's so laggy. Where are they? They're all in combat, which is my biggest bottleneck right now. Where is 0, 0? Oh, it's over there. Okay. We'll head over there. We need to turn off the vlogger is there we go. Okay, now we're 60, 70 FPS. Okay. Oh, I saw some fireballs over here. They're still fighting. Get over there. Oh god, some errant fireballs flying off into the distance. Protect the colonists. Where are they? Oh. No! Pathfinding. I have never seen a pathfinding error. Yet. Interesting. And I have not rewritten the nav mesh. I have overridden some of it, but I am using the base Unreal Engine nav mesh. There is nav data here. What's the dealio? What's the dealio here? Of course I can't see any of these variables. That's super nice of Ryder to screw that for me. Grim Totems, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Result is error. Yes, that do make sense. It do. The Unreal Engine source code not having line limits is just, you know, the worst. What is it? What's the issue? Best poly, I guess, is not there. Get tile and poly, but we're deep. We're in the when you start seeing camel cased variables in the Unreal Engine source code, you're in deep. You're in deep. Get tile and poly by ref unsafe. Yeah, this is like the detour nav mesh. Now why did that happen? I'm trying to figure out if this is a me issue or not. I do see a couple null pointers there. I'm not sure if those are like supposed to be filled out or not. I don't know. I don't know how to track this one down. Do you make your own models or do you make them yourself? I do not make none of the art. None of the art is my own. I am not an artist. These are all placeholder assets. I tried my hand at making my own animations, and well, you can see how awful they are. So we're gonna stick to writing code. And just get as far as we can with that. Okay, quick bathroom break while this builds. Back to it. I suppose we should continue working on our tracing system. You're an excited doggo. Okay, where were we? Where were we? Yeah, so we're trying to... I guess what I'm trying to do here is write a holistic query. Or a trace query that incorporates both the built-in Unreal Engine collision as well as my own entity tracing and my terrain tracing. So kind of 3 different systems, actually. So I just need one interface to rule them all. I mean, it's still pretty damn impressive you've done everything by yourself. Sorry for the language. Hey, I curse all the time. It's totally okay. Thank you, though. Thank you. I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun doing game dev. Okay, yeah, so we're trying to make our entities targetable when they're not actors, which is like actors is like the built-in base Unreal Engine kind of thing that everything's tied to. So I'm not using those unless they're super close. And then I switch to an actor, and that's where we get like the really nice looking animations and stuff like that, the smooth looking stuff. And so when I was like calculating the tab targets and making the actors targetable, you know, it does a classic collision trace, sphere trace. But now I need that to include things that aren't necessarily actors. So we have this B trace entities in here. We'll need to include that. And I'll need to understand where I'm using this. So I trace from the entity subsystem. Got it. So let's get a copy of that in here. Entity subsystem, yeah, put that down. Okay, let's just go ahead and say if we don't have a world context object, we can just return false. We don't have to worry about that. So entity subsystem, sphere trace multi for objects. Wonderful. This is going to be our entity results, and we only want to do this if trace for entities is true. So if the trace entity, get the entity result. Sphere trace multi for objects. Yeah, okay, so come on, AI, can you just populate the rest of this for me, please? Please. Oh, pilot, what do I pay you for? What do I pay you to do here? What would you say you do here? There we go. There we go. There we go. Do I have to draw? It's getting confused. It's getting confused. Oh, yeah, I'm using the wrong... It's probably like, dude, why did you even put that there? That's not even the right function. Wait a second. Am I done? Get entities within radius is what I should be doing. I am a little dumb. Just a little bit. To be honest, when I started to study about coding, I wanted to make or work on a game like yours. Well, you can. Go do it. Go do it now. There are plenty of resources out there for you to get started. Lots of YouTube videos out there, especially for Unreal Engine now, which didn't always used to be the case. Out hits. So yeah, we'll create a variable for that. Out entity hits. Location, yeah, so start radius. Oh yeah, we have the end location because it's doing a sweep, but I don't sweep with my system. We don't sweep up around here. Ignored entities. Okay, yeah, here's a consideration I need to make. So actors to ignore. Should I Yeah, I think I want to change how these work. So ignored players and entities. So first of all, I think we're always going to include players. I don't know that I want that distinction anymore. I'll probably regret getting rid of that parameter at some point. I can always filter the results afterwards, which I think is fine. Oh god, everything's broken. Entity query, I guess, needs the... Yeah, there we go. Oh, we have the trace there too, so hang on. Oh, we just iterate over the players, don't we? Yeah, we don't even collision trace for those boys. Those bad boys. Those bad players always causing issues. Always finding bugs. Ugh. Users are the worst, aren't they? Okay, did we get rid of everything here? No. We always include players. Always include players. Okay, so ignored entities and players, I think I want to combine into a single concept of a plan. Single concept of plan. Let's we're gonna pin that. Hang on. Go there. Probably, yeah, let's clean this up a little bit. We got too many files open. Entity subsystem, yeah. Okay, so put that over there. Our chunk processor. We love chunks here in this channel. Okay, now we're all nice and clean, nice and tidy. We don't sweep up around here, but we do organize code, sort of, sometimes. Oh, I deleted the sorted? I did, on accident. Cool, okay. We get entities within radius. We still have ignored entities and ignored players, right. So I do have an entity interface that I put on actors that I can use to determine what entity the actor belongs to. And I'm thinking about just kind of using that. And I guess I need to look at how... I use the traces. Where was the cleave? There it is. Is it in here? Here it is. Okay. So we use the ability system components. Okay. So I can always get owner on that, and that'll be fine. Or for ignored actors. And then the ability system component itself has that interface on it, so we could even use that, but that's not an actor, so that won't align with the other line traces. But yeah, I think I can probably just do ignored actors here. And then just assume that they will all have the interface on them. Oh god, undo that. That was wrong. That was all wrong. We'll need to make sure we go through and fix all that up. Okay. Oh boy, what have we done? Ignored actors. Get rid of entities. Actors, actors, actors. Ignored entities contains... Okay, so here's where I need to actually write the code. And I should probably... Entities and players. This is where I'll need to split apart the concepts, I suppose. Yeah, ignored entities. Well, AI, I know you know what to do here. Come on. Okay. If... Sure, that, except I don't need that. If we have an entity interface and the entity is valid, add that, else... No, we don't need to do it. No else. The ability system component. No, we don't need to do that. Just that, I think. Yeah, and then we can just check ignored actors like normal. Is it a set? It's not a set. It is not a set, so it's not a constant time complexity lookup. But it's not going to be very large. I don't care about it. Is that all I need to do? Is that all I need to do? I think so. Or you're still not happy? Right, you still don't have ignored actors only. Hello? Ignored act... Oh, right. That. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I created like so many wrapper functions here. It's kind of a pain. Include players, get rid of that. We don't need that. Okay. Refactor everything. So now we just had ignored actors. Pass that through. Actors to ignore, sure. Sorted and draw debug both can be false, yeah. Although we can do draw debug type. What are our types here? Okay, so we have our entity results. If we should include entities. Now, I think the out hits here needs to be a different type. I need it to be my own like entity trace type. Entity trace hit result or whatever. Which is that. And then I also have this, which extends a hit result. Avatar and ASC. Do I extract that? I do, because I use the targetable struct. Which, why don't I just put the targetable struct in there? Then that would be able to encompass both entity and player. Okay, so we're going to combine these types here. Entity hit results, and then my hit results. I think I should just put targetable on here, and then that'll do it. It's not an option. Nor is that. None of these are actually options. Why did I put this here? This is AI. AI slop. Get that out of here. F targetable. No, not target. Targetable. Targetable. Hit targetable. And so let's change. Okay, let's just put instructs. Let's change all of that. We're going to do some more refactoring here. So now, instead of entity hit result, we're going to do my hit result, which probably we need to import over here. So let's put that there. Use that type. And honestly, I'm just going to do control F hinted. Oh my god, I use it in so many places. Yeah, replace all. 24 occurrences. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ambiguous symbol, my hit result, is it? Oh, I accidentally, yeah, that would explain it. I accidentally replaced it there. Okay, now we got to go through and fix everything up. But this one should be easy, right? Because we're just going through the targetable and applying everything. So we can just do hit targetable equals targetable, and we should be good there. Change that to impact point. Distance. Is there a distance on the overridden? Distance. There is. The distance from the trace start to the location in world space. With this value is 0, there was an initial overlap. Because I'm doing distance squared here for performance. I don't know if the squared actually gives performance, though. Let's just change this to distant to be performant. And as a matter of fact, I don't even know. Do I use that anywhere on the old one? No. Let's just comment it out for now to make sure it doesn't impact performance at all. Oh, I do it in the sorted, don't I? Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be used anywhere if I'm not using the struct anywhere. Okay, yeah, if we're gonna be doing it for sorting, well, yeah, might as well. Okay. So does anyone know, like, are there any processor architecture gurus who can tell me if the square root is... Because I heard that was like performant now. Whereas like I've also... Traditionally a square root is actually pretty unperformant. But like modern processors, it's fine now? Question mark? I keep doing it everywhere, but like I don't know if I need to be or not. I should probably just trace it myself to find out. Okay, I think that is all working now, although there's probably going to be a lot of other... Let's try to rebuild here, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of places that kind of throw a fit. But yeah, so I think this will need to be a out hit will need to be a my hit result. This will be F hit result out. I'll just call it out collision hits. If entity results, then we should out its append. Yeah, out entity hits, and then we should empty it just to make sure. Empty, and then here if results out hits dot append out collision hits. Okay, and then we'll need to do one of these boys. Entity result, initialize that to false, set it equal there, and then we'll return entity result or result. Okay. Hit targetable unknown override specifier. What? Okay. Okay, and then this just becomes targetable.asc, right? Dot is valid. It's a weak pointer. Or right. Da, 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 da. Okay. Depends on the processor, but I think square roots are usually like 10 times the latency of a mul. What is mul? Multiply. A square root should be significantly faster than a load from memory now, though, so lookup tables are no good. So does that mean I use distance or distance squared? Which one should I use? How old of a processor do you have to have in order for it to be an issue? Okay, does that compile? Where did my live coding window go? Or no, I'm compiling, I'm not live coding. Six hours of streaming, man. That's something to me, man. Distance squared would be faster, but by such a small amount that you would need to be doing probably like tens of thousands per second to be significant. Okay, so I probably should. Probably shouldn't use distance. Yeah, it's always just easier to just, like, on the safe side, just use distance squared where you don't need the actual numbers, you know, just to be safe. You know, why worry about it? I may refactor that usage that I just did to make the entity query more performant, which I feel like the entity query is not that bad on, like, a one-off basis. But it's like for the targeting processor where I do an entity query radius for every single entity, every single frame, like that starts to get pretty nuts. So okay, so yeah, I'm already like, that's the same thing, right? So I can just straight up delete that. I don't know why I didn't think about doing that before. Go over to our test level here. Yeah, open all the blueprints. Show me where it hurts. Show me where it hurts. Instigator, get an avatar actor. Yeah, that should work. Oh yeah, for each that. Then handle hit, we'll need to update yeah, that we need to change that variable, don't we? Don't we? What? Oh. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. So you have to like break the whole thing. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, where else does it hurt? Oh, you hurt bad. Okay. Oh, yikes. Okay. Oh, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? If it's invalid, I don't need to do that, do I? That should be handled automatically. Automatically. Yeah, I am doing the get is valid. Yeah. We don't need to do the is valid anymore. I don't know why I thought I had to begin with, because if it's an invalid entity, it's just an ID, you know, so it just wouldn't return anything. Yeah, so once again, we just pass in the owner. Yeah, and then we need to do the same thing here. Get hit results. There it is. Break that, and then we're just gonna wire it up to like the new thing. And then yeah, let's copy. Entity hit result avatar. Okay, so that's one. Don't show me everything material type, blah, 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 blah. Wait, why does my hit result not include all of the... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, none of those are blueprintable. Wait, where's the Kismet system library one? Has native break. Oh, interesting. Where is this at? I didn't know you could use you could write your own break hit result fucking function. What? Oh my god, okay. Do I have to call, like, does it have its own break? No, it doesn't. Well, shit. Why does it do that? Why does it do that instead of using the built-in thing? Okay, wonderful. What am I going to do about that? If I do the native break, then it's going to replace it with this. Okay, I guess I need to write my own native break. God damn it. God damn it. That's a pain. That is kind of a pain. Yeah, just cram that all in there. That looks fine. Yeah, okay, so surprisingly I don't use the location or anything yet. Which I find to be weird. Okay, let's test it out. Does seem to work. He's so fucking dead. Look at him. Holy shit. Yeah, I do have the one frame transition, so that's something I need to fix. When an actor versus entity. Okay, give me another. Phone me another. No! Oh, I'm alive. Wait, what the fuck? I thought I thought I literally just fixed it. Did that not, did the heal not take effect? What is that? Did that not get saved? Where is it? Where's my heal? Heal. Oh my god, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Heal. Heal. No, that's range. Although, probably, do I want right? Okay, I guess heal doesn't have a range yet. That's fine, I guess. You do have the mana con. Okay, save, a million freaking times save. Okay, now I can heal. Okay. Now I can heal. Okay, I forgot the entire reason I was doing this. Oh, right, it's the targeting. My project. My project player. What do I call it? My player controller. Yes, of course. Of course, yes. My project controller. My player controller. Yes, of course. Okay. Retrace multi for objects. Okay, so now what we want to do. We should make it. Okay, it is static. So you trace utils, sphere trace multi util. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. And so hits will be F my hit results. Copy all of that. Don't know what ignore self is for. But fuck it, we're passing it through anyway. Start in object types. Trace entities. Actors to ignore. It should be this, right? Or like the pawn. I trace myself, right? I feel like I should. Congratulations, you traced yourself. Just get pawn there. Or is that what ignore self does, man? For each hit and hits. Yeah, we don't need to get the. Ooh, you know what? You know what we need to do? We need to create the targetables for this trace. Yeah, we gotta iterate through these. Okay, so instead of result, yeah, we need to do this, and then we need to create the. We need to create the targetable thing. Which I guess is just that constructor. Which actually... Wait, how did that work? Because I was placing it into a subclass version of it. Does that just work? Without using instant structs or anything, does that just work? No viable function. Even if it's a rep, even if I do it in place. Unused. Not bind. Ooh. Add get ref, right? But it doesn't like that it's... Oh, it's because it's const. Yeah, get rid of that. Still no? What if I did auto? Would you like that better? Create a copy of it. Add. Wait, how did that pinned work then? Automatically, yeah. I guess I need to like. Let's do this. We're gonna make like a static function in here. Although maybe it should just be a constructor, right? Oh, nice. Oh, I love AI. Sick. Okay. It didn't do the thingy though. Hang on. F hit results. I mean, do I need all that then? Do I need all that then? Does that just work? And does it now work? That returns an N32. Add. Oh dear, I just deleted the whole file. Don't you hate when you do that? F my hit. Okay, it works now. I just needed to create that constructor. My hit result. Make sure we return the ref because we need to update that. And then let's copy. Finally, we can copy this. Okay. Just be like my hit results. What? Get actor. So I guess I'll need to be if my hit result dot get actor. Okay, and then that creates the targetable. Is there anything else I should update here? The rest of them are for like the terrain traces, so maybe we should add the category on the. Okay. And this will be like category on. Although no, that's not. No category. No category. No deal. Okay. But now that's populated. Okay, so now that should work here. Which means it should work here. And then hit ASC is now hit dot targetable. Or hit. Targetable? Wait, what is hit? Hit. Oh, yes. My hit result. So now hit dot hit targetable. Wonderful. Now we don't need to get the ability system anymore. Dot ASC. Okay. Not valid. New is valid target. Okay. I wonder, can I just pass the weak pointer to here? Okay, so I'm using an F target. I want to change this to, let's rename this to tab target just to make it clear. F tab target or redirect, sure, why not? The object pointer, make that T weak pointer. Okay, now we got the initializer list going here. Okay. So then down here, target.target ASC. We're just creating a targetable out of it anyway. We're creating a targetable out of it anyway. So I might as well just have the targetable here instead of the target ASC. Const ref, sure. Yeah, I think so. I think that's fine. Okay, target ASC, targetable.asc. Oh, I guess I don't really need to do that because we just have the targetable, so we just do this now. That works nicely. So this one we just do targetable. Wow, look how much cleaner that is. So much cleaner. Okay, so F tab target, add unique. And we just add the hit targetable there. Okay. So I should be able to target them. Now, don't need that anymore. What does that mean? What does it mean? It means that maybe the target portrait will show up correctly. I don't actually know. I know what for sure will not happen correctly, which is the target reticle will not show up correctly because that's based on actor location. Although maybe I'll need to refactor. I'll probably need to refactor some blueprints. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. The nameplate for sure is not going to show up. Yeah, it's still jury's still out on as to whether or not we want nameplates above non-actor entities or not. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom on it. Taking a while. Still muted. We're back. I'm surprised nothing broke. I am surprised nothing broke. I am not being able... I cannot target him, though. What? Oh, that's not even close to what I need to open. I think we can close the rest of these. Where's the tab button? Where's the tab button? Target, there we go. Oh yeah, I made a gameplay ability for the tab target. Don't know why. It does not need to be an ability at all. I think that was when I was first learning about gas, and I was just like, oh, you can just gasify everything. You can just gas up everything. Right, so next target. What happens? Yes, the on target changed. Change target. What happens when I change target? Let's see if we even get there. Bro, I can't tab target anything now. The click to target works. Tab target does not, which makes me think that we're not even returning. We are not even returning entity query. So yeah, let's take a look at the hits here. Hits is empty. Okay. 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 Trace entities is set to true. I didn't even hit. What? Oh, that's the issue. Okay, yeah. What are you doing again? I'm trying to update the tab targeting to also accept non-actors as targets. So I can tab, and then I'll work on the click to target as well. Because you can left click and target whatever your cursor, the crosshair is over, or you can tab target to cycle through. There's like a list that I build in the background that you can iterate through, essentially. Okay, yes, we are getting here now. Oh, and I'm also doing square here, which I shouldn't be. Probably check the other ones as well. Also, I edited the Z leniency here. Targets, location. Yeah, so this one's going to be a little bit wrong as well. What should that be? Radius? Should that be radius? That should be radius. Start location, or rather location dot z plus Radius? Trace radius. To fix that. Okay, so that one was probably a bit wrong. We're squaring it there as well. Target radius. Okay, I'm just gonna rebuild that. Oh. By the way, Mark, we're over on Twitch as well. If that's your jam, you can always come over to the Twitch channel and hang out. Usually more people chatting over on Twitch. Yeah, it looks like we got 20 people here over at Twitch, and one or two on YouTube maybe. So it goes, you know. So it goes. Okay, let's just assume that works now. Don't have Twitch? Oh, that's okay. Whatever you prefer, really. That's why they're both there. Okay, put that back. Okay, so it's still empty, so we're still not getting the... I guess I don't need to check if it's true, right? Entity result is false. Empty hits. Okay, so we do need to like go through. Entities within radius. Okay, yeah, go there. Hit.distance is 3,036, which I think is larger than the trace radius. Yeah, 3,000. So slightly who's watching on YouTube if I switch? Yeah. That's okay. We should be doing some fun stuff on YouTube. I hope. Okay, so he's a little... Let's get closer to him. Okay. Oh no, now it's like not the right version of the file. Okay, yeah, that keeps happening in the background, so... Okay, hang on. I need to do the spawner... Bonus warrior no can move. I need a guy to just stand there. Duplicate that, except make him faction enemy. Okay, so let's spawn an enemy that can't move. Okay, nice. We want him right outside our radius. Okay, so this should get triggered here in a second. There it is. Okay, so I guess they're always outside. Why does... They're 3,000 away. They're over 3,000 away. So 3,000 is what my... That's the tab target distance. That doesn't seem long enough. I'll be completely honest. That does not seem like far enough. 3,000, 5,000 maybe, I'm thinking. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hit distance. What? That doesn't seem right. Okay. Location to impact point. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why is this distance not seen? Right? The query function. Location to impact point. Point along direction. Can we let's debug it. Let's debug it. Can we do that? Is it gonna... Hopefully that shows us the right locations and stuff. Or rather, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so... That is 5,000 mechels. That is well within the boundaries. Okay, so something's wrong somewhere. Maybe 3,000 is enough. Entities within radius. F vector distance from location to target location. Yeah, why on earth would that be? Oh, it's the trace radius, I suppose. That's what's throwing me off. Is it just location.z? I think it might just be location.z. That's why it's all messed up. Oh, and that because that yeah, that's right. I was adding radius because I was just doing the same thing that I did here, but like the box is defined by two parameters. Well, it is location plus. I feel like it should be. Yeah, I feel like I do need to add radius there, but that does throw off the target location, doesn't it? What is that? Foxy. Hey, Dad. Stop it. Actor is null. Ah, is valid target. Okay. Yeah, so we made it past here, so... If actor equals... or actor... Yeah, we're probably going to get a lot of these. But yeah, we actually hit him that time. But let me think about this. So this trace, this Z leniency always throws me off. And this is what I'm doing to like include the half height of the entity actor representation. Like, so like what would be the capsule in normal Unreal Engine world? If the z value of in vector, if the z value of in vector is outside plus or minus z leniency from z, from diff z, it will be set to the min or max of z leniency. And I guess target radius is a little weird here too, because that should only apply on the X and Y coordinates. I feel like that's not right, but I'm gonna move on. Okay, so hit.getActor, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose that's no longer a reliable way to get the location. And I should instead prefer to do just location. Is there anything else in here? Get distance to your hit.get actor. I'm using, okay. Oh, I'm using the actors. I should pass in a location here. Yeah, we're gonna need to rebuild you. I'm sorry about that. Thank God I only use that in one place. Okay, rebuild again. So that one was gonna fail there as well. Yeah, I had to do like angle math. I hated doing this. But like, cause like you want to start left to right for the tab targets. Left to right, closest to farthest right. So I had to create like a conal distance tiered thing. Right, so something like, you know, you have your like cone or whatever, right? Your view. And you have a max distance out here, and then you got like this one, and then you'd have like you know, some guys like here, 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 here. You know, and so like my imagination was like, one, this would be your first target, second target, third target, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. If you were to hit tab, and then it goes the other way for shift tab, and then that like recalculates every couple of frames. Very annoying. I still don't like the way it works. If anyone's got a good tab target logic, let me know, because I just kind of cooked that one up on the fly. I targeted him. Look at that little hit trace, it's so cute. I'm gonna hit him right in the butt. It doesn't get his, like, information, though. His name information. Okay, on character change, refresh portrait values, and then the listeners. Probably in here. Get character name. Character. How do we set character in here? On character change. Oh god, where do you get called from? Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's the, yeah, that's just for the HUD. Target portrait. This? Oh, yeah, it's the... Okay, we're getting the avatar actor. Okay. Let's get owner actor instead. And that will give me the proxy actor rather than the avatar actor. Actually, I should confirm that that's okay. Where else is this used? Oh, Jesus. Oh. Wait for attribute change. That's actually... It was avatar actor and that was still working? Well, I guess it those were avatar actors. How the hell was that working? Because the ability system component is on the owner actor, not the avatar actor for entities at the very. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it probably should have been the owner the entire time. Oh, yeah, how was that working? Maybe it wasn't, and I'm just like gaslighting myself. But yeah, that should be good now. Refresh portrait values, get character name. The character component. Do I spawn one of those? I don't think I spawn because they're all just like called colonist. Right? Which I guess maybe do those do have a character component on them. But just not a yeah, they have their own character component on them, which they shouldn't anymore. They just like spawn with a random one. And I suppose I have like equipment entity data, right? Yeah, so I have like all the let me check proxy actor data because maybe I can just have some like ad hoc components that we can add rather than creating a whole entity fragment. Because that seems like overkill for like maybe just adding one of these little character components, which really just has some like RP info, really. The class, personality traits. I forget how this works. Do I like generate or something? No? Okay. I thought I generated a like a name for everyone. Started to activate attack. That doesn't do anything now, does it? I should get rid of that. Is it in game state? Add spawned actor. Okay, so it does do it. Does it in game state. On begin play. Which I guess I'll need an add spawned, because this is mainly for serialization, but I guess it'll randomly generate some colonist info too. Kind of feel like this should live on the character component, like when the character component spawns. So adding that to the list. Entity character. Okay, but I think we've effectively made them targetable. Let's do a little bit of combat here. Nice. Well, you see the thing with the dot while I heal. Oh god. And then the damage numbers, I think maybe that's next. Damage numbers are next for where they should show up. Is he gonna die though? Oh, one more tick, and he died. Nice. Okay. Get rid of the tracing here as well. Trace none. And then I think the targetable 5,000 was actually too long, so we'll change that. But before we do that, let's commit all this. That was a lot of code changes for just making entities targetable. Make non-actor entities targetable. The fireball is going to follow you in game, or is that just for testing? Yeah, so they'll have a homing effect on them. Some abilities will have homing effects like they work in WoW, where they're they just go wherever you target. That same goes for the bow attacks, but there is like an aimed shot bow attack that you do have to like actually hit, and it doesn't have the homing effect. So I want a little bit of both. A little bit of both. The fireball, I actually am going to. I want to intend for that to be. It'll have like a homing effect within a certain radius, but outside that radius you can still cast it without a target. Like some abilities require a target, you know, like the dot ability I just did, that requires a target to go on. You don't need to aim that. Fireball doesn't necessarily require a target, but if you do cast it on a target and the target is within the range, it'll have a homing effect on it. But if it's outside of the range, it's just kind of like a free cast. And I wanted that because I thought it would be really fun to like stand on top of your base walls, and if you created like a choke point, you could just rain fireballs down there with it. And it's like if it's a little bit farther away than the max range, you know, you can kind of use that to your advantage, right? And then I'll have to do something for the AI aiming. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. For right now, I'm just not even adding. None of the abilities that require aiming get added to the AI abilities to choose from. But yeah, I think we can cross that one off the list. Do that. So we did that. That's like first step. And I think the target portrait kind of, we fixed that ourselves. It kind of fixed itself there. Maybe allow nameplates on non-actor entities. I mean, if you're going to be in combat with non-actor entities, then I mean, the reason it's maybe is because it could be like anything that you're targeting or anything that you're in combat with. Maybe that's always an actor, but if you think about like large-scale colony battles, there could be things that are really far away. I'll have to think about what my thresholding for actors is. Min distance, max distance, plus a max number, you know, maybe nameplates. Factor into that a little bit, maybe they don't. Be cool if you can lose some of the homing skills by going behind cover or dodging. Yeah. I do want that to matter. For sure. And so yeah, those fireballs need to be doing collision traces and stuff. They do not right now, though. The only collision tracing they're doing is checking if they're close enough to their target that they're homing to. So they don't even hit anything if they're not homing. Something I still need to do. But yeah, I want all that collision-y stuff to matter too, so that the way you set up your defenses and stuff matters when you're not there, you know? If you build some nice walls and like vantage points and you know, like attack how do you say that? Like attacked vectors or something, you know, like the little turrets on castle walls and stuff. Like if you build that, I want it to matter. Yeah, I think floating damage numbers at entity location is probably not too bad. Problem is the floating combat text is on the actor. So, I mean, we're going to take character component off there. We're going to take floating combat text off there. Oh, man. Yeah, this is another example where we should just create a little, like, just add these components to the proxy actor kind of thing. Proxy actor class, let's do that. I am getting so hungry. What's the base? Is it scene component or is it primitive component? What's the base one? It is scene component. Actor component, that's the base one, right? Okay, yeah. Actor, we'll just say component classes to add, well, just component classes, I think is good enough. Also, I don't know if this is doable, and it would be really difficult to do, but it would make sense that there are different styles forms to a weapon, and they would have slightly different hitbox. They do have slightly different ranges on them now. You know, like a dagger has a slightly different range, and they do have different animations. But most of that is just going to come through abilities. Now, that's not to say that I don't want some sort of weapon specializations and stuff like that. But that would require more unique animations, which would require me to pay someone to make them. But yeah, there could maybe be some abilities that are unique to weapons, right? That is totally in the picture. Okay, I do want to get to that. I'm getting quite hungry though. I've been streaming for about 7 hours, so let's see who's on. We'll send you guys over to First Crimson. How about that? It's a good stream today. It's a good stream. It was fun. We got a lot done. We had the cool raid. That was super sweet to see as well. Coffee Lava. I have to check him out, him or her. But yeah, probably won't be streaming tomorrow, unfortunately. I do have to go back to work tomorrow, so pain. But First Crimson's doing some Unreal Engine 5 stuff. Looks pretty fun. He's like in a shipping container level. That's awesome. He's making his game's called Suit for Hire, as far as I know, and it's looking pretty cool. So I'm gonna send you guys over there, and be sure to say hello to him for me. Bye, everyone.